through the portal with Talk Shoe.
Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 43, with your hosts, the illustrious Claude and the stupendous Justin.
What's up, guys?
Coming at you live from Vegas.
Yeah!
Party capital of the world.
Everybody's gambling and drinking.
Yeah, man. Always bet on black. If you're playing roulette, it won't help you in most of the other games. Don't make my mistake, folks. That's why I'm an announcer.
Because you make mistakes?
Well, no, the implication is I lost all my money because I mistakenly bet on black and other things, so it wasn't roulette.
I see.
Yeah, which is, is a rookie mistake, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I want to bet on black.
Yeah, exactly. Sir, this is Domino's. Is that a Vegas game? That's the first game that came in my head.
Domino's. If it is, I haven't seen it.
There's no world championship of dominoes.
I don't. Actually, there might be, but I don't think it's a casino game.
Yeah, I think I heard about some celebrity domino players like Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
And Ralph Macchio.
My grandma is a really big domino fan.
Oh, and your grandma. Yeah, she's a celebrity domino player too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll kick your ass if she can remember what the rules are.
Remember not to eat them.
Yeah.
These crackers are hard.
Oh dear.
I'm going to soak them in the cup with my teeth. Oh, Grandma. Yikes, that's an interesting picture.
Oh, God.
All right, so...
Luckily, she'll never hear this.
Yeah, right. Oh, man. Merry Christmas, Justin. I decided to download all your podcasts. Whatever that is. Grandma doesn't know what a podcast is.
No. God, I wouldn't. Oh, man. What I was trying to get at was, I've been to a few casinos and I've never seen dominoes.
Oh, that's what we were talking about?
Yeah. There may be one, but all the ones I went to, I did not see dominoes. But
yeah, I think I saw some lower end games just kind of like for fun, I think. Like not as high stakes. I think, some I don't know. But yeah, that would be a weird one. I don't know. It's a weird one.
They could do it, I think.
They could do it. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I agree. I don't know, maybe
25, hit me.
Maybe that's a business we should go into.
A domino gambling?
Yeah, open up a domino casino.
Wow. A domicino.
Sure. It's pretty hard to say, so that'll help.
Yeah, domicino.
Domino casino, yeah.
I'll call it domicinos.
Perfect.
Domicinos, hotel and casino. For dominoes and Pinot. Free wine. Yeah. Okay, so should we talk about this episode or just no. This isn't Mr. Podcast, is it?
I guess not.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got what is this? 4.6, The Other Woman.
The Other Woman.
Woo! So when I first read the title, I of course thought that sounds really crappy. And I still think it's crappy, but I don't know. It took me a little while.
Did you ever think it was The Other Woman?
Yeah, see, it took me a while to realize the double meaning. So then I did, but it didn't necessarily make it good.
Yeah, no, I don't think the double meaning makes it good at all.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't really work, I don't think.
No.
The other woman. Yeah, shut up.
Yeah, I know. I can just hear a podcast where, because she was the other woman, and she's the other, and she's a woman. All right. Spell it out for us, guys. We love it.
Yeah. Calm down.
You see, she's gonna have a baby, and there's eggs, and all right.
See, a town can consist of many things.
Yeah.
I venture that this is a loose collection of people with defined borders, therefore it is a town. So, continue.
Sweet Jesus. So, yeah, anyway, we usually talk about the title, so its meaning's obvious in this case. I just said what it is, so what are you going to
I didn't know this was going to be a Juliet episode. I really, I guess now, it's just taken me a while to really, to really get acclimated to the fact that, Juliet and these, Ben and all the sort of non-losties are just as important, and Desmond are just as important as the main, as the losties are,
Yeah, the original cast.
The original, yeah. And, because I'm just like, yeah, sure, we got a Juliet flashback, great, whatever, last season and stuff, it made sense, but I didn't really expect another one this soon. I didn't think Juliet had anything to really, that it was like, okay, we need to talk about Juliet now.
Yeah.
So this one kind of surprised me. Desmond, I can see that, because that's a lot going on. It has it's a big story, and her story is a little smaller and more personal. Connects to a big thing in the end, but
yeah.
So it was interesting, and that it's Juliet's the other woman in a sense, and then Harper's the other woman in a sense.
Yeah.
And
we've been talking about how Juliet's just been kind of standing around with nothing to do, but I didn't think she was going to get an episode. I mean, I really thought, I figured other people would be getting episodes before she did.
Yeah. I mean,
it's weird because this flashback, like many flashbacks that they have now done, sort of covers the same time period as a previous flashback.
Oh yeah, they're not adding more information so much as they're just filling in gaps, of information.
It's really weird, like what happened. There's this one scene where, it's a scene we've already seen like more than once in flashbacks.
Yeah. And we saw it from a different perspective.
Yeah, exactly. From a different perspective, but it had like a different conclusion. It's sort of like it's compartmentalized these stories and made them separate, even though right after that happened, Juliet went out to the flame and other shit happened. It had nothing to do with this little story. It's just it's kind of reminds me of the Hurley episode where his dad showed up and all that, that was sort of interweaved with the number story. They were at the same time, but somehow they managed to just ignore each other.
Well, it's just the idea that there's just a lot going on.
Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah. It's just weird. It's just weird that they're embroiled in this other plot. But we're not talking about that now. We got this other thing, so we're just gonna kind of,
Yeah.
The stuff that deals with that plot, we're just gonna try to settle down with. I don't know.
I want to say that I've this came to me last episode. I think it was last episode or the one before maybe. And I think this episode, reminded me of it, that I really like watching Ben and Juliet and this whole thing when we saw Juliet and the others in the flashback and just sort of hanging out in O-Town and doing their thing. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoy. I wish there was a TV show, called something. I don't know, not The Island, but and it's from Juliet's perspective. She's the main character, and she's this researcher, and she's going through this thing with her ex-husband or whatever, blah blah blah, and then she gets this offer from this mysterious guy, just from her perspective, and she's brought into this world, and everything seems great, and then all of a sudden things kind of get a little weird, kind of get a little dark. Ben's being a little strange. She's got this, I'm like, that would be a really interesting show.
Yeah.
You know, and not deal with the island mysteries, not deal with Smokey, not, you know, until really far off, because it's not really about that. It's about the sort of smaller thing that they're working on, and like the sort of just the character connections, and not really like the sort of crazy shit, you know, right away.
Right.
And because I really like those scenes. They feel really good, and they're really interesting, you know, and especially when it's in O-Town, like, it feels you know, like a different show because the setting's kind of different, you know,
right.
and everyone has a different mentality.
Yeah. She's definitely got enough for her own show there. She's her plot is there's enough potential there. Definitely, I agree.
Yeah.
It's strange. It's I don't know. I got nothing to add, clearly.
I mean, yeah, to think about everything she goes through, you know, I mean, even the little bit we saw of her involvement with Walt in Room 23, you know, like, can you imagine just from her perspective going from this sort of, you know, mousy researcher to being on this island with all this stuff is going on, and you know, you got gun in your hand all the time, and you're trying to stop people from releasing gas on you know, like she's got one of the most interesting character arcs of almost anyone on the show, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, yeah, it's great. It's really cool. I would love to see a Juliet spinoff or some I don't know, some reworking from her perspective.
Yeah.
That'd be really, or like a little novelization or something. That'd be interesting. You know, like dealing with Ben, like, and just what would she and Ben talk about over dinner? You know, when it's not like on a TV show and they got like 2 minutes to talk. You know.
Right, and they have to get to the point quickly.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, I agree, and I think sometimes, I think sometimes with Lost, like they suffer from that, having too much story and too much going on that they can't really spend time on certain scenes to you know, draw them out and make them less like, you know, we got to hit the major points
obvious,
quickly. Yeah, they do that a lot, and it's sometimes I think it hurts. You know, I think that's why I like a lot of times the finales where they're really long. They get to do those long scenes where like not much happens, and you know, they don't feel like they're wasting time as much. You know, I think that helps a lot of the time with those. But I agree. I a lot of times I wish for stuff like that. I don't know. I wish for some interesting non sequitur conversation with these people, but they're just not going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's funny you say that because this episode brought back up the whole. I mean, full circle, but like, man, is it a huge circle? The whole, you know, thing with Colleen, Ben, and Juliet.
Oh yeah.
You know, when Colleen comes in and is like, "Am I?" Yeah, no. When she's like, you know, "Am I interrupting something?" And we always were wondering, why did she say that?
Yeah.
You know, up until this point, there was no evidence that Ben was interested in Juliet.
Yeah.
Definitely not to this degree, and it's like, I can't believe they had the foresight to put that in there. Like, they knew that. Like, I'm really surprised.
Yeah, I agree. That is weird.
Because
I felt like they were hinting at it early in the season, but when it came time where it seemed like they should be showing it, you know, they didn't. We got a whole flashback where there was no sense that was the case. You know, it was just all about her sister, and Ben wanted her to cure the pregnant women, and like it just seemed like, you know,
and we saw like her, you know, and her being interested in Goodwin, you know, and we thought that was just kind of, we didn't know he was married, we didn't know like any of that stuff. I mean, so they really kind of, you know, by adding the information, they kind of skewed everything. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh well, but now it's in a different context, you know.
Yeah. It is. It's weird. It's weird, and for me, it brought up, you know, stuff about Goodwin and about the tail section, and about when Ben tried to strangle Ana Lucia, like all this stuff that like I hadn't thought about.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, God, I thought we were over that, but I don't know.
You're a killer, Ana Lucia.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Remember that? It was such a weird.
He said, do you remember? They thought he said something else.
Yeah, like.
I remember because it was in a preview and everybody was like, oh, he's saying something else. Fuck, I don't remember.
You're not the killer? Or I don't remember. It was something.
Yeah.
This is when we need a time machine.
I know.
Go back to the podcast.
Anybody who was watching during that time, if you can remember what people thought he said in the preview, like there was a debate about it.
GLD.net, you know the place.
It was pretty much like Alex's line, the thing about being in that cage, where like you couldn't, he sort of enunciated it badly and you couldn't quite get what the word was. So
Harper does that in this episode.
Oh, she does?
Well, like when she says her last name, like I guess they have in the transcripts as Stanhope, but I thought it was like a little weird at the end. I'm like, Stan what? Like what? Because it's such a weird name,
Yeah.
If it was like Johnson, I wouldn't have a problem, but I thought it was kind of weird. I'm like that'd be an interesting way of like, if she like flubbed the line on purpose a little bit, or if a character just kind of like flubbed the last name so that you hear it but you don't really know what it is. So I thought maybe they were trying to do that, but.
Yeah, I heard Stanhope. I just didn't. I don't know. I don't think I heard it the first time though. I think I'm gonna watch it again. There's another line I couldn't hear the first time, but I don't remember what it was. Interesting story, huh?
Yeah. I'm gonna submit that to the New Yorker.
Please.
Yeah. Maybe they'll make an Oscar-winning movie about it.
Yeah, that's what they do over at the New Yorker.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's good. Okay, so you're doing the scene by scene.
Yeah, I am. Are you ready to start that?
Yeah, we should start that.
Okay. This week, no discussions about time travel.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. Time travel's been...
Hey, time travel's in the past.
Yeah.
Wah, wah. Yeah,
wah, wah, wah. Yeah, I don't know.
Thanks, Grandpa.
It's been a subject for a little while. So.
I think we need a break. Anyway, I'm glad for the break.
Me too. Me too. I got fed up with it, and once I read Damon say, oh
God,
looking for.
Don't remind me.
Okay. Anyway,
he's like, it's a perfect plan. There are no flaws. If you try to find a flaw, you might find one, so don't. Because there aren't any.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the crux of his logic right there.
Yeah, and he basically said looking for specific rules about how it works will not succeed. And so that made me just instantly want to give up,
Yeah.
Like every theory just has problems, and it was just like, whatever, fine.
Yeah, that's the thing. Every theory has problems. No theory really encapsulated it, so.
Yeah, and it's just, whatever. It's magic time travel.
There was no grand unified time travel theory.
Not at all. So,
no.
Off with that and into the nice personal story of Juliet. Here we go.
Yay!
Okay, so we start off, we're in a flashback, but we don't necessarily know that yet. Juliet is...
Sorry.
Okay. Juliet is messing with one of those little sand relaxation things where you rake a thing through
a Zen garden?
Yeah, is that what it's called? Okay.
Yeah.
I call it a sand relaxation thing, but I guess you're...
That was what the patent was filed under. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's why I call it that.
The DBA was Zen garden.
Yeah. Right. So then a woman, Harper, comes in and introduces herself Juliet says she doesn't need therapy. Harper says, just call it talking. And then she asks,
call it what you will, I don't need it.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted her to say, but she didn't.
No. Then Harper asks Juliet what her least favorite part is. They're being
Wait, what?
They're being a bit vague here because it's weird because they're trying to mildly hint that maybe this is a flash forward. And maybe she's talking about being the Oceanic Six or something like that. So she's saying that she's been there a few days or something, and what's her least favorite part? That's the context.
Okay.
So,
part of being there.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't write that down for some reason. So anyway, Juliet says being a celebrity, being the center of attention, she is lonely. And then Harper says, well, maybe you feel that all eyes are on you, but you're not a celebrity, and soon enough you'll realize that you're no different than anyone else here. Sort of insinuating that Juliet's whatever. And Juliet says...
what an astute observation.
Yeah, there's a word for that. Anyway, Juliet says, I know, and then is interrupted by a knock at the door. And it's Tom. And Tom comes in and says that Ben is impressed. Says that Ben wants to see Juliet. So Juliet leaves with Tom, and then goes to meet Ben at.
Are we going to stop when the scene's over? This is, I guess, the same scene, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I ran them together because they ran together, you know.
Yeah, it feels like the same scene. I was just like, it's going on for a while.
Yeah, I know. So it's almost over. So Juliet leaves with Tom, goes to meet Ben at what is to be her new house. She's surprised and impressed at the house, and she says, I'll only be here 6 months. Why do I need a house? Whatever. Ben says, we want you to feel at home. That's the end of the scene.
Nice.
So
yeah, I was totally when it started and it was Juliet, and you can't tell where she is. I was totally guessing a mile a minute, trying to figure out, okay, where is she? What could this be? Is it a flashback? Is it a flash forward? So at first I thought she was. At first I thought she was in O-Town before they got into the celebrity talk. I thought, okay, this is O-Town, and maybe that's what they're talking about. But then she was like talking about the celebrity thing, and I'm like, okay, are you trying to tell me she's one of the Oceanic Six? Like, how's that gonna work out? And then very quickly Harper's like, you're not a celebrity. And you can't really say that if it's true.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, so now I give up. I'll just let them tell me where she is.
Yeah. I went through a similar process, although I initially was a blank slate. When they started talking about the celebrity thing, I thought, maybe she's the Oceanic Six. Then I'm like, she shouldn't be. She just shouldn't be. She wasn't on the plane. How, unless
The only connection I thought was maybe because of her and Jack. Like, she would want to be with Jack.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I thought.
Yeah, I could see that I think she wants to leave. And maybe she does leave. I just don't think she's going to be Oceanic Six. Just because she wasn't on the plane. I mean, I guess they could give her some identity or something like that, but I was like...
Well, someone needs to use the fake identity thing because, Kate's not going to use it, and she's the prime candidate. And it's, if you ever want to, at least once in your life, fake an identity, this is a perfect opportunity. I think someone to use it just to do it.
I agree. But... so far, Juliet's not using it. So anyway, she when she says she's not a celebrity, I don't know. I was like, okay, whatever. Something's wrong with her. But it wasn't until I saw Tom that I was like, oh, right. And my first thought was like, oh my God. But then I was like, oh wait. No. He's not alive in the future.
Yeah.
Me, of course this is a flashback.
Well, he definitely could be alive in the future if he went through the time barrier.
Oh, God.
And died in the past.
Oh, God.
He could, hey, I don't know.
Oh, God, I don't even. No time travel for me.
It's not fun, is it?
No, it's not fun.
It's not fun times.
No, I want to pretend like there is no time travel.
Yeah.
Just for my own sanity. So anyway, yeah, that was what did it for me. I don't know. They do that to me sometimes. Like when we saw Charlie in the first episode, I was like, oh yeah, he's a. Of course, he's not real.
Mhm.
I don't know. I see people and I just immediately jump to the craziest conclusion. So anyway, and another thing I wanted to say about this scene is that it's one thing that happens here. I guess there's another thing like this later, where Juliet says, I'll only be here 6 months, and Ben does his little thing when someone says something that he's just, is sort of thinking, no, you won't.
Yeah.
But I don't know, he makes this little face when he does that, and it sort of reminded me of that mobisode with Jack and him where they're playing chess, and, as far as I know, you're leaving tomorrow.
Yeah, I intend to let you leave. Yeah, what I liked about, when Ben made that face in this scene, I like how Juliet sort of, she caught it, when he says, when she's feeling at home. I felt like she caught something. I think Elizabeth Mitchell played it, like, perfectly. It's like, oh, that sounds great, but wait, what did you say? That sounds creepy. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
What? It was like, I was smiling, but I don't know how to take that yet, and it's just, and that's like the beginning, that's like the beginning of what the hell she's going to go through.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's really crazy. I don't know how, they're sitting, the Lost Riders are sitting around and, like, I don't know, in season 1 at some point, they're talking about season 2, and they're like, well, let's have this researcher character who has all this crazy stuff, and then Ben will be really protective. Ben will be in love with her. Yeah, that's great. But, it's like, how did they it's such a weird, she's such a strange character, like, she doesn't have sort of, like, the obviousness that, like, other characters, like Sawyer has or Kate has, who Kate is very clear cut, a good girl who did a bad thing for a good reason, now she's on the run, she's that, and Sawyer is a cynical, sarcastic guy because he had a screwy childhood, you know what I mean? Like, but Juliet's just like, she just like comes out of nowhere, I feel like this turned to the Juliet love fest, but but anyway, I don't know. I really like her character. It's unpredictable what she's going to be involved in. Like it's weird.
Yeah, we don't know as much about her as we do about the other characters, as far as what her background is, what her childhood was like, stuff like that. Where a lot the other characters, like, we've seen, portions of a lot of their lives. And so but yeah, I agree. Yeah, she's less sort of obvious, whatever her deal is. Is not, it's, I don't know, it's kind of odd. I remember those scenes when she was recruited, I don't know, she goes along like too willingly, and I don't know, it's very strange, you don't.
Yeah, and
you don't really understand what's driving her. Like, they drug orange juice and she just gulps it down like.
Well, I thought we were supposed to get that what's driving her is the opportunity, because it's an incredible opportunity, and maybe we'll find out more about, there's definitely more to find out. But I was gonna say something that I forget now. I don't know. Yeah, it disappeared. What did you say about? I forgot. Never mind.
Okay.
Let's start this podcast back up. Anybody got any jumper cables? This podcast just stalled in the middle of the street.
Well, is there anything else you want to say about the scene? Shall I go to the next scene?
Yeah, let's just go to the next scene.
Okay.
I'll probably remember what I was going to say. It was something about Juliet's backstory or something about her character, but I forgot my point. So.
All right. Well, if you remember, just jump on in. Interrupt me, whatever. Okay, so let's see. The next scene, we are back on the island at the beach camp. Juliet is putting a pole into the sand for her shelter, and Sun comes over and fixes it for her because she can't do it right. And,
silly American can't do it right.
Yeah. And then Jack comes over and asks if Juliet has seen Dan or Charlotte, and then Jen suddenly interrupts. Yeah, I know. He's got something to say now. So apparently he saw them go into the jungle.
Jen knows something? What? What show is this? Jen has information? Jen has something to contribute? Besides fish? What?
Oh.
Man, Lost is getting crazy. I don't recognize this show.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy. Next thing you know, Claire's gonna be proactive and try to be diplomatic. Oh wait!
I know. She's gonna want to question Miles about whose boat it is. I mean, come on.
Man, they're just doing whatever they want, But it's good though. I mean, they're making these characters do stuff, which is good. I wrote in my notes, Sun butts in because I feel like that's the only way her and Jen can get involved in anything. Yeah. It's just no one comes to them to talk to them about stuff. They're always the ones who are like, "What are you doing? Jack, don't you think we should do this?" Or, it's especially Sun, she's always just, butting in. But it's that's the only way she can, get involved.
If you're on the island, you got a problem, you got a mission, you got some dangerous deal you need to deal with, the first person you go to is just never going to be Sun.
Oh, my God. Unless you need to bury something in the garden.
Right. Yeah.
I can't imagine it's Son, if you don't find out who Jacob is, we're all going to die.
Oh, no. Yeah, that is a bad sign. I never wanted that.
Son, they just took Walt. We need you to help. We need you to lead a team to go rescue them. I would love to see it if Sun was in charge, man. Oh, man, that'd be crazy. I could see her having a gun, to somebody's head. Do you know who my father is? Bang, like a hardcore Son,
Mm-hmm.
That'd be crazy.
I'm Sun, and I get what I want. Yeah, God,
my name
that
is
would be
Sun.
fucking crazy. Everybody's like, God, I don't know what to do. Let's ask Sun.
Yeah, let's ask
Sun. He knows how to
Sun.
make a decision.
Yeah, oh, man. Can you imagine, Sun, slapping Locke, he does something, and she, knocks him out?
Yeah, I know. Oh, God. Wow. Yeah, I agree. That's those characters, Claire, Sun and Jen, even Juliet before this episode, they gotta force their way in to get stuff to do. They're not naturally occupied.
That last episode, the Desmond episode, I think, when they asked Faraday and Charlotte if there was another number to call, and it was a weird shot. It's Juliet gave her the phone and she's like, "Well, try it," but it's it's kind of it looked like she was kind of holding the phone only because she knew she'd be on the camera if she had the phone,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, give me the phone so I can say this line and get on screen, holding the phone close to her face, so they have to get her in the shot. Hey, don't forget about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. But I love this. I really loved Juliet's response to Sun when she's because Sun always asks these questions. These sort of pity questions that usually are valid. But she says, why are you going through all this trouble if we're about to be rescued? And Juliet's like, well, we still have to sleep tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, like, that's such a great retort because it just makes them seem silly. you know, like, what do you mean? And like, another response could be, says the princess, the spoiled little princess is like, come on, son, I got to sleep tonight. What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's such a matter-of-fact response,
Yeah. She had a line like that a long time ago, like where I think she was talking about the boat and Desmond and she was like, look at where I got him. Like I think she was talking to Saeed or something, and it was supposed to be some kind of.
Oh, when they were like talking about using Desmond's boat to leave or something.
Yeah.
And she basically was like, it didn't work for Desmond.
Yeah.
And was this when he was drinking all the time?
Yeah, that was when he showed up and he was drinking. But Saeed was gonna go, and I don't remember what there was a bunch of drama around who's gonna go with Saeed, and he doesn't know how to sail, and I think she was saying if you go out there alone you'll end up like Desmond, I guess.
Oh. I remember that. Okay, yeah.
That's just what that reminded me of. It was just I don't know.
Very matter of fact.
Yeah. Yeah, why would you do this? But yeah, anyway. So where was I? Jen says,
Oh, we're not done?
What does Jen say? No, we're not done. Jen says that he saw them go into the jungle. Jack asks why he didn't say anything, and Jen says, you said they are friends. And Sun says, aren't they? And then what happens? Oh, then we cut to, they all got torches now, and Jack and Juliet and some other people, I couldn't really tell what was going on, and Jack tells them to fan out to search for Dan and Charlotte. We follow Juliet for a bit. She hears the whispers, and suddenly Harper is behind her and says, long time no see. And then we get the little title thing. So, shall I continue, or?
When I first saw Harper, I assumed, I thought for some stupid reason that since Harper, I guess I thought she was Dharma. I thought she was dead. I don't know. I just figured. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, she's dead, right? Because everybody died, and so she must be a ghost, right? An apparition.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, oh wait, no, she probably just went with the others to the temple or whatever. And I'm like, okay, that
I'm
makes more
guessing
sense.
she wasn't one of what's his name's 10 best.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I thought, I don't know. I said that's the thing. That's not what I'm saying. But I thought. Since the whispers came, I thought she was going to be a ghost.
I agree.
I don't get that. They did it again. They made it like a direct correlation, a seemingly direct correlation between another and the whispers.
Yeah, they did.
Both entrance and exit.
They did. Yeah, it's weird because we have already concluded that they're not connected.
Yeah, we're done with that.
And then they, didn't they get the memo?
We closed that book and we sent it to a warehouse in New Jersey. We gotta get requisition forms to even go back and open that file, man. I don't want to go back. I don't want. You gotta do those in triplicate. It's too much.
Yeah. For bureaucracy reasons alone, we don't want to have to open this again. But,
no.
But they do make that connection, and even when she leaves, the whispers come back.
Let me check my Filofax.
And
this is such a weird business term.
It's awful, yeah. It's a Filofax. I don't know.
The O is for office.
Yeah. But yeah, they made it weird too. They still made her. They made her seem like an old other. Like a season 1, season 2 other that seemed like they have some kind of weird like supernatural ability to.
Yeah, it seemed like she just disappeared and stuff, and it's just like, why? And I feel like they're gonna have a very simple, like reasonable, stupid explanation. You know?
Yeah.
It's just gonna be very matter of fact, like, oh, because they had, you know, like the big thing we find out about the purge. We find out how he accomplished the purge. You know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And it's like, oh, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think there was a big machine that could just release gas across the entire island? Oh, wait, because that makes no sense. Why would anyone think of that?
Yeah. Yeah,
you know,
I realized that they tried to insinuate that on the commentary, like on the DVD commentary for the for Man Behind the Curtain. Like they were talking about that, about what happened, you know, when he goes to the camp and everybody's like lying there dead. Like they were trying to explain, like they were saying like it's not the gas that he used in the truck. And they said some other stuff. And I don't really understand what they were talking about, but I think they were trying to hint at this.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah. I didn't really know what they were talking about, so that's why I didn't bring it up, but now I believe this is what they were referring to.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's something, I mean, because it's a very simple explanation, you know. I mean, obviously we don't know why it's there and whatever, but, you know, just because we, you know, when we were talking about it, it didn't make any sense, you know. It's just like, how can you be gassed outdoors, you know, like, you know, with those canisters, and we didn't even see any canisters.
Yeah.
Like, all the evidence, like, did not support, you know, the theory, the working theory, and it was just like, well, I guess that's just it. It just doesn't make sense, you know. But then they turn around and, like, have this other reason that makes them a little more sense, you know. At least, you know, something designed to do what it did.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a bigger thing where it doesn't seem like they just threw a few cans outdoors. And
so it's, you know, we'll talk more about, I guess, the Tempest later.
Yeah. I think it's typical of Lost that it's a how, not a why. You know, this is how he did it. Why is this thing there, and why does it do that? You know, God knows. I mean, I'm sure
God doesn't know why the Tempest is there.
Of course he doesn't. God doesn't know very much, does he? Anyway, okay, so anyway, we're getting pretty far afield from the thing here.
Reel it in.
So anything else you want to say about this first bit here?
Nah.
Okay, so we come back, and we are where we left off, Harper with Juliet. Harper says she has a message from Ben. She tells Juliet that Dan and Charlotte are headed to the Tempest, and if they figure out how to deploy that gas, then everyone on this island is going to die. Ben is exactly where he wants to be, and also he wants Juliet to stop Dan and Charlotte, and the way to do that is by shooting them. Jack comes over suddenly and asks Harper who she is. Harper says she's a friend of Juliet's and suggests that Jack go with Juliet on her little mission. Then Harper disappears pretty smoothly, and the whispers start, and Jack kind of waves his gun around, seemingly looking for
something to shoot.
Yeah, for some whispering person.
To
shoot, but of course he's unsuccessful. So so that's the end of that scene. Anything about that? Should I?
I really liked a lot of Harper's dialogue in this scene. Sort of the dialogue in general, but I thought she had a couple of good lines, like, you know, how am I supposed to stop them? By pointing the gun and pulling the trigger. Like, you know, very simple. And when she tells Jack, maybe you and your gun can go too. You know, I like that line too. Very, like, I don't know, very noir. Something like, something noir about that. Just like, you know, if you see any coppers, tell them to give me a call. I don't know, just like,
tell them to scram, you lousy screws.
Exactly. I'm going to go see a Nickelodeon, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. and not the ones that cost a nickel.
Oh.
But anyway, I didn't, that line, well, why can't you do it? Like, I'm glad she said that, because I think in any other season she wouldn't have said that.
No.
It's just like, okay, and then it's like, well, but we get a crappy answer because Ben wants you to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, Mom said take out the trash. No, you take out the trash. Mom told you to take out the, it's just like very petty, It's like, well, okay. He wants me to do it. Great. I don't want to do it.
And I have to ask, I didn't really, I guess I said that, but I didn't really register. How exactly, like, when did Ben give this order? I mean, he's locked in a cell right now. Presumably, he's
exactly where he wants to be.
So I hear. So him and Miles, they're just two happy little campers.
Yeah, exactly. Little do we know, Miles spent years training to survive being locked in a boathouse with a grenade in his mouth. So he's right where he wants to be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's not. I think it's safe to say that Ben could have some, supernatural communication abilities through Jacob or something. I don't know. I mean. I really thought the door was closed, and I don't even know, if there's even a door anymore.
Oh no!
I don't know.
There is a door, but there's nothing behind it.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what I'm scared of. I'm scared if I open the door, I'll see myself on the other side with no answers.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know.
Shrugging my shoulders. And then I cry and cry for all eternity. Yeah, I don't know when he gave the order. I don't even want to ask that question. There's no way to even tell. I mean, he doesn't, unless he has some supernatural ability or an iPhone.
Hey, what's that saying about how technology and magic and you can't tell the difference?
Exactly. It's like, Locke is like, Ben is like, this is like season 6. It's like the series finale. And like Ben is like beaten down and broken, and Locke is finally triumphed, and he's the shaman leader we always wanted. Mm-hmm. And Ben is like, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I'm really done lying now. I means it. And, yeah, and how? And then Locke is like, tell me what that is in your pocket. He's like, oh, this iPhone? How does it send email? How is it, you can touch it and rotate pictures. It has iPod functionality and email.
Wow.
You can do full web browsing on this?
Oh, God. Wow.
Yeah. And it's like,
that's how it should end. Just a big iPhone commercial.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the point.
The ultimate product placement.
That's the secret of the island. It's just all.
So awesome. And then at the end they do like the title sequence with the flying lost. Mm-hmm. But then it goes backwards, mm-hmm. And then it puts a question mark on it, and it goes lost. Get an iPhone, and with Google Maps, you'll never be lost again. 6 years just for that.
Yeah.
That's super product placement. Wow.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
They kept us guessing and talking for years, and it's just a commercial. It's just a really long infomercial.
If you play all the whispers backwards, you hear, like, Steve Jobs giving keynote speeches.
Oh, God.
Who knew?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it's kind of weird that I don't know if you heard about this, but I think it's kind of a strange coincidence that we got the episode, the constant about time travel, just after Apple released their time capsule drive. So
coincidence?
I don't know. Coincidence? I don't know. Which I wish Windows had stuff like that. Windows backup sucks. It's not cool like Mac backup.
Yeah, well, Mac tries to be cool at everything.
We do.
That's, I don't know.
You know, I was thinking about that the other day, how they have, or at least they used to have about, Apple used to have 5% of the market share, and I was thinking of a really bad commercial for them would be, Apple, can 5% of the world be wrong? Because that's all they got.
Yeah.
It's not a really big argument.
No, not really.
Versus like, can 95% of the people in the world be wrong?
Mm-hmm. Which the answer is yes, but it's less compelling when you say 5.
Yeah, it's definitely less compelling.
Because 5% of people probably think a lot of things.
Yeah.
And probably a lot of them are true, but I don't know. I bet some of them aren't.
I'll bet on that too, as long as it's black.
Okay.
All right, where are we?
So,
as Jennifer would say, what's next?
Yeah. Let's move on, guys. I'm hungry and I got shit to do. So, right. Where are we anyway? I wanted to say something.
No.
What were we talking about?
Harper?
I'm completely lost. Oh, I can't even find where I was. Oh, here I am. Yeah. Right. Oh, I was gonna say, this episode and that mobisode I was talking about with Jack, they both seem to suggest that Ben, if he doesn't have the ability to actually sort of see the future, which I don't really think he does, he does seem to have an uncanny ability to sort of know what's going to happen. Just through some kind of strange reasoning, I guess. And so I was going to suggest that I feel like he did find out about the boat before he left the camp with the others. I believe he found out about that. And
clarify for me. I don't know what you're talking about. He found out about
Ben?
About the freighter.
About the freighter, yeah.
Before he left what?
Before he left the camp that he was in with the others in season 3. Remember they had a camp.
Before he went off.
Oh,
okay. Before he went off to go stop them at the.
Well, actually, he went with Alex, but yeah, before he went to intercept the Lussies who were heading to the tower.
Okay. That he knew about the. Well, that's why he went to go stop them. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
he didn't want them to contact him, but if he was thinking way ahead about who they were and why they were there, we didn't see him do it. Obviously, he just tells Richard to take him to the temple. Maybe he could have given Harper the order at that time if he, just really knew what was going to happen.
I think what he would have had to have done is, I think, okay, 2 things I want to say. Hopefully I'll remember one when I talk about the other first.
Okay.
I want to say, I forgot both of them.
Wow.
Wait, what did you just say? You said, okay, how did he...
We were hoping for 1 and hoping for 2.
And you got 0.
Yeah.
That's the Lowdown way. Okay, so I was going to say, the first thing I was going to say was about how I could have gave her the message, which is, I think, for that to work, I think he needed to make it some sort of if-then factor, unless, like I said, he's got some sort of special communication or something. But, if he says, the
other problem is he's got a man in the boat, so maybe he already knew about the boat.
That's the other thing. He's got a man in the boat, but I was going to say, he would have needed to have told her, okay, if you haven't heard from me at this point, blah, 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 or somehow, like, she needs to be alerted to when they're going to go to the Tempest so that, she can potentially, come to Juliet and have Juliet, go stop him. But I don't know. I feel like that's really cumbersome, and I feel like it's got too many problems. I feel like it makes more sense that he was in more recent communication with Harper. And because it seems like it's just because there was no way he could really count on Juliet to be in a position to do this, really, because if they had noticed that Dan and Charlotte were missing when they did, if they didn't notice the next morning or something, then they wouldn't have had no chance of potentially stopping them, So to say a while in advance, if this thing happens, I need you to find Juliet and tell her to stop the people. Who knows how many people it is? It could have been 4 people, going up there to do that. Could Juliet really stop 4 people? She was barely able to stop them. So I feel like, he couldn't have really given the orders a long time ago because he just wouldn't be able to predict the circumstances. Juliet could be hurt by that time.
I guess I was trying to say that maybe he can do that somehow.
I feel like okay. And the other thing I was going to say was I feel like it might not be a big stretch for him to know. Okay, I mean he knows who Widmore is. He's got the file. He knows this guy's going to get to the island. I don't think it's a stretch for him to say they know about my. They potentially know about my past, or I should say, Ben potentially knows that they know about his past. That he's used this gas before, and that if they come to this island, one of the things they're going to do is try to make this gas inert, or potentially use the gas, which I think he knew that they weren't going to try to use it.
Of course. But she had to tell Juliet that to get her motivated.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so I don't know. I feel like Ben does have something. He's got something up his. He's too comfortable being captive, I think. And maybe it's just because he's captive under lock. I mean,
Yeah, he likes that.
As long as you tell him his eggs taste pretty good, he'll walk away wagging his tail.
He'll along just fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Read his books and like his eggs.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like. Yeah, he could have given the order more recently. It's just odd that especially after what happened in season 3, he learned that Juliet sort of betrayed them, and it seems odd that he would give this mission to Juliet. And of course, she doesn't do what she was asked to do, and he should know that if she finds out what they're really doing, she's not going to kill them.
Well, I think he got lucky. And I agree. I mean, I think he was maybe just hoping. He kind of said, and I believe him, that he really didn't have a lot of options. I think he says he always has a plan, and I like that line when he says it. But I think that doesn't mean he has a lot of options. You know what I mean? Like he only can do so much, and I think. I think there's a very specific reason why he asked Juliet to do it, but I don't think he had a lot of other options. In terms of what he was trying to do, and I think he's like, well, let me just throw Juliet at it. Maybe she can stop them, because maybe he's like, it's not the worst thing if they render this thing inert. Maybe that's not part of his long-term plan. And I don't think he needs to necessarily have that to win this sort of battle that's supposed to be going on while he's changing the sheets on his bed. Why it's weird. But
okay,
I don't know. That's a small little point that I don't really know what to do with. Why Juliet? I was saying, I think he kind of got lucky that she was, or I should say, Dan and Charlie got lucky that Juliet has recently spent so much time with Jack and the Losties that I think she's gotten a bit more perspective. But I think the older Juliet wouldn't have sort of hesitated. She would have believed Ben and just probably would have done it, But I think she hesitated. And of course when they intercut it with her flashback, it makes us it seem plausible that she hesitated because she's been we know what Ben has done to her before with the whole what's his name? Not Pickett. Goodwin thing.
Yeah. And other stuff. I mean,
and tons of other stuff.
They have a long history, and I don't know. I don't feel like Ben should think that she would trust him. And why not? Why not send Harper to do it?
Well, but she did trust him. I mean, she heard that news, and she hauled ass, man. I mean, he was right. He just, wasn't right to the full extent, But I mean, they got very close, and I think it was largely because Dan. I mean, he was very, sincere when he was trying to tell her what was going on. If that was Miles or maybe Naomi or even maybe Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte became sincere when she got her ass kicked.
Yeah.
But
that'll do wonders for your sincerity.
Yeah, exactly. When your tail's between your legs, you're the most sincere you can be. But I think we in the sort of collective lofty sense got lucky that Dan was as sincere as he could be and trying to have him empathize with what's going on because he was obviously trying to help and plus the situation of they've got their masks off, they're not going to kill themselves over this, So we're talking about the ending, but
yeah, I know. We're not there, but hey.
Yeah. Well, we won't have to talk about it when we get there then.
There you go.
When we get there, we'll talk about the beginning.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Okay, so let's see. Where are we? God, I always lose my place. Okay, the next thing is a flashback. Juliet is crying on the floor in her lab. She hears a noise.
That's called research.
Yeah. Oh, thing. She hears a noise, and to her surprise, Goodwin is looking through the supplies for some gauze. He's got a wound on his arm, and he says that he burned his arm on the transformer at the power station. He mentions that they lost Henrietta this morning, and Juliet gets sad. He tries to console her. He thinks she should talk to someone. He mentions Harper. She says that she gets the feeling that Harper is a mean and spiteful person. Goodwin says, she's my wife. And then...
Take her, please.
Yeah. Exactly. And the typical, I would say, the original classic faux pas. Juliet apologizes and finishes her work on the wound. Goodwin offers to talk to her in the future. I'm sorry, that's what I wrote.
In any other episode, man, it would be very plausible. I'll call you in 8 years.
Yeah. I shouldn't have phrased it that way. Juliet says if Goodwin doesn't mention, God, my...
She doesn't mention.
Sorry. This is what we get for doing it early. Juliet says if Goodwin doesn't mention what she said about Harper, she won't tell anyone about the chemical burn on his arm. She knows one when she sees one. He says, you got a deal, and then, and only then, they introduce themselves, and then Goodwin leaves. So that's that scene. You have anything about that?
Not a lot. I don't know. Let me see. I don't think I wrote anything for this.
Okay. I included my as editorial.
I guess the question is, why is she crying? Is it, can we piece together from other stuff what this might be? I'm
assuming she's crying because this woman died that morning.
Is that what it is?
That would be my guess.
I didn't know. I didn't know if this was at some point that she's upset about her. Yeah, it's something. I guess that could be it. Okay. I don't know. I was trying to see if maybe this was. I mean, where in the timeline is this? She's just. I mean, this is somewhat soon after she's gotten on the island, right?
Yeah.
But before she, when does she want to leave? Is that not until...
She wants to leave after she loses a few people. I assume this is maybe the first or one of the first that she loses.
Okay.
So I think she gave a number about how many died, and she was like, I'm sorry I let you down, let me go home. I think it was after a certain number of them died.
Mm-hmm.
So presumably this is sort of before that, but it's the lead up to that.
Well, but like, how long were her and Goodwin together then? Because if he dies, what did he die? Was it another 48 days? I mean, starring Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte.
48 days. Oh God.
This time it's a long one, folks.
Yeah. You got me from 30 40 and whatever.
Yeah, exactly. That's the trailer. You got me for that. Oh, whatever. Where's my paycheck? That's the one starring Tracy Jordan.
Yeah. Playing the part of Eddie Murphy. Playing
exactly.
the part of
playing the part of the clumps.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy. So yeah, I'm trying to piece this together. So if he died in the other 48 days, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how long was it before when we saw Juliet first protest and really want to try to leave the whole, her sister thing? And then when is that time period? And then when is this relationship with Goodwin? Because I guess does this mean she and Goodwin weren't seeing each other that long? Because otherwise, you know what I mean? Because that was in the beginning of season 2 when he died.
No, I think it's been a while. She was there like 3 years total, I think.
But that's the thing. Does that mean he was, they were seeing each other for like 2 years?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Actually,
or
yeah.
Are we supposed to? Maybe we're supposed to think. Maybe we're supposed to think that scene when they're on the beach and he's like, I've been sleeping on the couch for a year.
Yeah.
Has it jumped a year? Maybe that's what we're supposed to believe. Like ever since the wife found out that he just started sleeping on the couch.
Yeah.
But they've been keeping it a secret for a year.
That could be what they meant.
Wow.
I didn't necessarily.
I thought they were trying to let Juliet. I thought they were trying to let them off the hook for the adultery.
I think they were. I think that is one of the reasons. But
yeah.
But it might be helpful for the timeline.
It would have to be because no, okay. I keep thinking that they edited it very well, but it gives the illusion that that maybe I should save it for when we get there. I'll save it for when we get there. Sorry. I realize we're jumping ahead.
All right. Are you sure you?
Yeah, I'll remember.
Okay. All right. I wouldn't want to lose a good whatever comment. So okay. So that's
yeah, we're good.
Okay. So in the next scene, we've got Jack and Juliet. They're walking in the rainy jungle. Juliet says it's better if Jack doesn't know about the tempest. Then she says it's an electrical station that powers the islands. Jack,
not so bad, huh? I think Jack will make it.
Yeah.
You can't handle this information, Jack. It's a power station. Oh, okay.
That was
his head supposed to explode?
Complicated.
That was definitely her version.
It's just
complicated.
It's best that you don't know.
It's funny because Juliet, just recently said, if you talk real slow, I think we, can follow. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
But she's trying to protect him more so than doesn't think he can understand. I guess that's the difference.
Yeah. She's saying it's for his protection, and she doesn't exactly explain in full detail the chemical aspect of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So anyway, Jack tries to get Juliet to talk. She asks Juliet.
Start over.
I'm sorry.
Don't say Juliet. Start with Jack.
Right. Jack tries to get Juliet to talk, and Juliet would prefer not to talk. She asks for Jack's help, and Jack agrees silently, I guess. That's pretty much the scene.
All right.
Yeah. So what can you say? I don't know what to say about that. Okay, the next scene we've got Dan and Charlotte in the jungle looking at a map. Dan says, what if I can't do it? Charlotte says, I know you can do this. Kate walks up. Charlotte is not happy. They ask Kate about Miles. Charlotte tells a lie about why they are out there. Kate asks about Dan's bag, and they let her look inside. Oh, wow. I don't know what this means. The point is she finds a gas mask. And I wrote, is going to ask about a gas mask. I don't know what that means. But anyway, she finds a gas mask, and, she's going to ask. Yeah, maybe that's what I mean. And then Charlotte knocks her out with her gun before she gets a chance to lay it on with the questions.
I love that. Batteries, huh? What's this? It's a hit in the head, bitch. That should have been Charlotte's line. God, that was... I thought, I'm just like, come on, Kate. Like, what are you doing? You don't get all, offensive, I guess would be the word, with people and, inspect their stuff and be suspicious of them, and bend down with one of them behind you. Not only are you bending down and in a more vulnerable position, but then there's one behind you. And then if you do find contraband, what do you think they're gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm surprised she walked into that one. I really think she's off her game.
Mhm.
It was really weird. I'm just like, she's gonna hit you in the head, and then she does. She's like, batteries, huh?
Mhm.
Come on, she knew there weren't batteries in there. I think a wiser person would have just known that they were right and played. Saeed would have, after the first question and he knew they were lying, he would have played along and was like, well, I'll help you. I'll come with you. He would have played it totally different.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And would have saved himself blunt trauma.
Yeah. I have to say I love the convenient knockout. It's one of those things that comes up a lot, that it knocks them out unconscious for just the right amount of time so they can wake up in time for whoever needs to find them, and the people who want to get away, get away.
That has to be one of the most used and most useful storytelling devices.
Yeah.
It's insane how getting hit on the head, man, if that just wasn't true, if it just wasn't true physically that humans got knocked out, so many stories would be different. Yeah. I think there'd be a lot more druggings in stories, and a lot more, things that knock you out, some other way, That's
what they used to do more in the old days, I think, the drugging thing. They were always, hanging out and, kind of give you a drink, and it would give them a great chance to drug them. But, you would have to find some way to get them knocked out. And I just feel like sometimes it shouldn't work. They hit them and, it hurts, but they don't actually get knocked out,
Yeah.
And
that's why you got to do it hard.
Yeah. Hard, but not too hard. You don't want to kill them, You gotta
You gotta do it hard enough to kill them and hope for the best. No, I don't know.
So yeah,
fine line.
Kate, I appreciate her forcefulness, but she didn't necessarily play it the best.
She should. I mean, just when he puts the bag down and she just goes over to it. She should have just grabbed it from him and use it from a safe location. It'd be different if she wasn't suspicious, if she trusted them.
She was obviously suspicious.
She was only doing it. It's like a paradox. She was only doing it because she was suspicious.
The look on her face was like, if they told her to make a suspicious face, for a photo, it was just classic suspicious face. Yeah.
Gloria Swanson could not have done a better suspicious face.
Yeah. She didn't need to say anything. It was all there. And I don't know. How could they not know?
The director was like, pretend you're talking to your boyfriend and he's cheating on you and lying about it. She had that look in her eye, You went bowling, did you? Yeah, okay, yeah, but your bowling ball's here, sucker.
Nice. Sucker.
I thought she needed a little more attitude.
He's like, damn.
She's Jackie Brown now.
Yeah.
Speaking of Jackie Brown, I was going to say something about Tarantino that I will say for later.
Okay.
I'm saving everything for later, folks.
I know. I can't wait till later comes. I just hope I hope later's as good as it sounds.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Later.
Okay, so the next scene, this is a great scene. Jack and Juliet are walking. Jack asks about...
The end. This is a great scene. They're walking.
Jack asks about Harper. Juliet says she'd rather not talk about it. Now that's a scene.
You know, Juliet looks so awkward, traipsing through the jungle with that gun in her hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like it just, you know, like the like backpack over her shoulder. She just looks like, you know, it's like, okay, stop and get yourself together. You know, like,
yeah.
Put your gun somewhere. Like I don't think you need it like in your hand for the hours it's gonna take you. They walk all night.
Mhm.
You know, she's gonna accidentally pull the trigger and shoot her foot off.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, she's dislocated her shoulder 5 times.
Yeah. I forgot about that. What?
No, she didn't say 5 times, but I don't know.
What was that? I forgot. It was
that was from Left Behind when Kate dislocates her shoulder and she has to pop it back in. Another classic movie scene. And she's like, you know, she says something like, "Don't flatter yourself. It's not the first time I've had my shoulder dislocated." Or,
did she say something about climbing trees?
She might.
Or did I make that up?
No, she doesn't say shit about climbing trees.
Like I climbed a lot of trees when I was a kid.
Trees, and that's why. No, she does not say that.
Oh, I don't know. Okay. I thought, yeah, like that sounds right, but maybe not. Okay.
No, Kate.
So we didn't find out why.
No, we didn't find out why. It was at the time the source of speculation, I remember, and we still don't know why she had her shoulder dislocated multiple times. So it's weird. But yeah, I don't know. I always think of that episode when she's doing like action oriented stuff.
Oh yeah.
You know, that was the badass Juliet episode.
Dude, the bitch is back, man.
Mm-hmm.
She kicked some ass in this episode.
Yeah. I guess that one and Not in Portland where she shot Pickett, like those are really Juliet. Just, you know, I'm gonna pick up a gun and kick some ass.
Yeah.
So anyway, that scene is whatever. It's transitional. Not much happens. The next scene is a flashback. Juliet's looking in a microscope, and Ben's there next to her. She tells Ben it's like the immune system turns on the fetus. Ben asks about a cause. Juliet says only women who've conceived on the island. I love this sentence. Only women who've conceived on the island does it happen to.
Yeah.
She said that.
That's the kind of sentence like that only comes out when you start it one way and you realize like what you're really trying to say. You just like piece it together.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I can't. You know, it's not the kind of thing you write for someone to say.
Right. Yeah. Like people do speak that way, but it's odd to hear as a written line because it's sort of awkward. Only women who conceived on the island does it happen to, which makes me wonder. And then Goodwin interrupts.
Oh man,
so
does it happen to?
Who knows what she's wondering? Goodwin comes in. Ben offers. No, what did I write? Ben offers some lunch. That's not true. Goodwin offers some lunch. Juliet.
Let's just say some lunch was offered.
Some lunch. All I know is there was a lunch, there was an offer.
Whether or not they took the offer, it's not for me to say.
So anyway, Goodwin, he under the pretense of offering lunch, he says he's offering lunch. And Juliet says, I already ate, and then he offers it to Ben, and he refuses also, and then Goodwin leaves. In the next scene, which is still a flashback, Juliet is in therapy with Harper. Harper asks about
Can
Ben.
we talk about the scene real quick?
Sure.
Actually, and I want to go back to the previous scene.
Plow ahead until you
Yeah.
interrupted me.
No commenting. We'll just recap the episode.
That's what they want, right?
For those who didn't see it, it's even better when we just tell you what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back to a couple of things I liked in the previous scene where they're just walking.
Okay. The scene I had 2 sentences about.
Yeah. I like when Juliet says, it's very stressful being another.
Yeah.
It's that dry wit that she's known for. But then that other line when he says, he says, you people had therapists, and he says, it's very stressful being another, Jack. And then Jack says, seemed kind of hostile even for a therapist. And I thought it would have been so perfect if he would have said, seems kind of hostile even for an other.
Oh.
Not only would it make sense for him to say that because they just talked about another, but for what we know about the hostiles and the others, like a little nod from the show too,
Which I think it was anyway, but they could have nailed it home more.
They could have nailed it home more, like kind of hostile even for a therapist or another. You could have said both.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. That
because it's kind of a point that
would have made it more explicit and yeah, I don't know.
Especially the fact that the others are hostile. Like saying that she seemed hostile even for another would be saying something.
Right. And also, I was going to say this earlier. Harper's appearance was pretty similar to Richard's appearance in the flashback in The Man Behind the Curtain. Essentially the same sequence of events. Ben goes out, hears the whispers, and then Alpert appears behind him. In essentially the same fashion. It makes me wonder if maybe Harper is, one of these hostiles, one of these original others. Maybe they somehow have the ability to do this strange appearing thing, and the whispers are connected to them somehow, maybe. And not just everyone who is with the others. Yeah,
maybe. Does that mean there's 2 groups of others?
In a sense.
That file is in New Jersey too.
I mean, they're together. They're allied. But yeah, in a sense, I think there definitely are 2 groups of others. Whoever was there before Dharma and whoever joined, after the purge and was recruited and stuff like that. There's definitely 2 groups in that sense.
Yeah, well, yeah, supposedly, if that's in fact what happened. I don't know. It's weird to me that they would make that distinction between some others with supernatural powers and some that don't. Because when they make that revelation, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how they, like Harper was, remember Harper and remember Albert? They'll have to, remind us of that key difference and that, in fact, these people who maybe, at this point we know to be hostiles or whatever have that, don't you remember when she appeared out of nowhere? It'll be weird if they do that.
Yeah.
But
we'll
see. Yeah, I don't know how else to explain it.
Maybe they won't do that, but whatever. It's a slightly crackpot theory that I've got for now. Just because the scenes were the same. I mean, there isn't really any explicit evidence that what they're doing is magical. It was just shot sort of the same way. So.
Yeah, and there's others we've seen that's happened to, right? That the whispers have precluded.
Well, yeah, that the whispers have precluded, but not exactly, appearing behind them, that way.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah, it could just be the same director too. That's a very, I wonder if the appearing behind them is really that specific. That somehow how it works. So it's always, you know what I mean? I doubt that. You know how this show is.
Well, yeah. That's true. It could just be a director's choice. That's true. But if it isn't, if it was written Whispers appears behind them, then maybe. But yeah, who knows?
I mean, because if they appeared in front of them, wouldn't they have to show them, do some effect, or they'd have to, it appears behind them because then they don't have to show them when they show up. You know what I mean? Therefore they don't have to tell us how they're actually getting there. Because she could have just walked up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's I don't, the fact that they're not showing us her appearing could either be because she just really appears there out of thin air, or because they're just trying to make it seem that way,
Mhm.
And I think it's a very sort of conventional thing to do,
Yeah, I mean they do that all the time. I mean,
yeah.
I mean Twin Peaks has stuff like that where the character
it's the thing to do.
not
yeah.
supposed to be supernatural.
Most of the time when a character
selfies.
pops in, they're behind them.
Yeah.
Because it's better to be turned around and surprised than to have something poop in front of your face,
Yeah.
Especially if they don't do that.
But whatever. There's my crackpot theory.
Okay.
So, yeah, I from what I've seen of the others, I still find it hard to believe they have some magical thing. But this episode, slightly cracked open that door again, and so whatever. I just feel like I got to mention it. So okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's off the mark or anything. I think it makes sense. I think it's very plausible that the hostiles could have some sort of specific powers or something, And I think the fact that they're bringing up the Purge again in a sort of small way, but they're going in that direction, they could be, we could be, and if Harper is a hostile, then they could be going in that direction of explaining the difference or explaining where they came from, or a little just. I don't think they'd really delve into it at this point, but some more information about that,
Yeah.
Now that the sort of hierarchies are kind of rearranged, Ben's not really at the top of the food chain anymore, in a sense,
Apparently,
and so which we'll talk about, but
of course, if he's still giving orders somehow, then then maybe he's just lying about that or whatever.
I think he's lying. I just think he's lying.
I mean, I think he's lying all the time. So yeah, he's probably lying about that too. Okay, so where were we? Oh, we're still in the flashback. Did you want to say something about this scene?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
let's see.
with the microscope and Ben scene.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say Michael Emerson doesn't really play Love Struck very well. He kind of shows about as much romantic feeling as Hannibal Lecter. He's looking at her with those googly eyes, and I'm like, man, what are you doing? Is that your come hither look?
Yeah.
It was very weird. Before, when I watched it the first time, I didn't really know the subtext. I'm like, why is he looking at her like that? I'm like, what's going on? He's got this weird look. Is he just thinking about her? Is he concerned about her? What's going on, And then he just kind of pretends to be involved in the work and stuff. But yeah, it was really weird. It was really weird watching him play those scenes. Just it's a new thing for Ben.
Yeah, it is. It is, and we talked about that. A long time ago when we thought this Juliet Ben thing was a possibility. I remember thinking at the time, I don't want to see Ben trying to be romantic.
Yeah, and this is it.
This is it.
I mean, he looks at her like he's deciding which part of her face to eat.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Which part he's gonna eat first? Wow, that's weird. Don't do that.
That's Ben in love. He's still Ben. It's just I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
He gets fixatedly creepy.
Yeah, it didn't soften him or really make him it didn't really change him, and it's probably because it's not real love or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know. We got to talk about. I don't know what point, but this whole thing with her and Ben and what's going on with that and why. So.
Definitely. Definitely.
Maybe next podcast.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, cool.
Okay, so in the next scene, Juliet's in therapy with Harper. Harper asks about Ben.
You mean she's in talking?
Yeah, sorry. What did I say?
Please.
Juliet says that Ben has been really nice. Harper says, of course he has. You look just like her.
Mm-hmm.
Then
this is perfect time.
Yeah, I agree. We got to address that. Then Harper mentions that Juliet... Then...
Ben Harper?
I got problems.
Ben Harper? When did he come on the show?
What?
You know Ben Harper, the musician?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You're like, Ben Harper.
Did I say Ben Harper?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Ben Harper. I'm like, wow, he's on the show now?
You know.
Lord darn, isn't far behind,
Why
man.
not? Yeah, oh, God. You know,
you got your own problems.
We're doing this kind of early, and I took my notes, and you know they're a little bit unrefined, if you will. So please pardon the mess.
They're not so much fancy feast as they are friskies.
Exactly.
I've never made. I think that's my first cat food joke ever.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I think I broke a barrier there. You said that thing about being refined. I'm like, I had to think of something, a stupid refined joke.
God.
It's Fringe's mustard and not Grey Poupon, if you will. Anyways, wow, my first cat food joke. Nice.
Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna write that down in my journal, in my dear diary.
You'll never believe what I did today.
I'm so special and awesome, I can't even believe it at times. Yeah, that's my diary.
So, what I wrote here, I don't know. Okay, anyway, the point is that Harper mentions Juliet and Goodwin's friendship. Juliet says, yeah, he's great. And then Harper...
in bed.
Interjects. Yeah.
Oh, man, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, that's Juliet.
Remember that whole in bed thing?
Yeah.
That was a thing for a while. No matter what you said, I'm going to the store. In bed.
Yeah. Yeah. The big thing is to do it with a fortune cookie.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of times that'll give you something.
Your lotto numbers are 4, 5, 6, 18, and 42. In bed. No.
Ooh, yeah.
You mean the actual non-fortunes?
I do. The things that are sometimes just descriptions of your personality, sometimes just general
Sometimes they're just
life.
general statements. Yeah, they're just like declarative statements. Yeah.
Occasionally they'll give you some vague kind of fortune, but they really they've really lost their purpose. I think they've gone into other realms. Should get back to what they started with. I think go back to fortune.
I think it'd be cool to have little known facts about stuff. You know, I guess Snapple does that.
Oh yeah, they do. I forgot about that. Good old Snapple.
Snapple. It's not an apple, it's a Snapple.
Yeah.
So drink it. I really should go into copywriting. I think I've just got the knack. I'm pretty good. Nike, just do it. Why not? See? You know.
You got to say it all run together. Like, just do it. Why not?
Okay. You got to say it like Borat.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. He knows how to say things. So anyway, Harper interjects. When did you start sleeping with him? Juliet gets upset and is about to leave, and then Harper calls her on it. What do I mean? Oh, Harper says she's been spying, so she knows for real. She's not just whatever. Juliet
And that's like the one time you can get that's the one time you can get off the hook on spying on someone is when you're spying on your husband and his mistress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when
any other time it's like,
let go.
Yeah, it's like, you're spying on me? You can't get indignant when, like, you're cheating.
No.
That's that's why
How
that TV show Cheaters, those people always try, the cheaters, I should say, always, they get, what? You've been filming me for the past 2 months? I don't care if you saw me sleeping with your sister. You couldn't. Why did you? How could you? Yeah, they don't have an argument.
Yeah. I guess that's the problem. You can't. Yeah. If you get caught like doing something, then you usually can't complain that people are watching.
Yeah.
Sadly. So anyway, right, Juliet's upset and she's about to, I already said that. Juliet apologizes. Harper says it doesn't matter, but Juliet needs to stop or else there will be consequences. And the consequences will be as a result of Ben. So that's the scene.
And if P is equal to not P. Yeah, so this is interesting. Is that the end of the scene?
Yeah. My dramatic phrasing really, really added.
What was that line again? There will be consequences, and the aforementioned consequences shall be precluded. Article 5.9, the bin clause.
Yeah, I think that was pretty much it.
Yeah, nice, good work.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it took me a second to realize what exactly she meant. I'm like, because I thought she was trying to say, okay, I'm not saying you're gonna hurt Goodwin. I thought she was saying, I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about Ben. And I was thinking like, I'm not worried about you hurting Goodwin. I thought she was like, I'm worried about, because I thought she was trying to say, no, I don't remember what she's trying to say. She's saying Ben's going to hurt Goodwin if you don't stop seeing Goodwin.
Yeah.
But I guess I thought she was trying to say Ben's going to hurt, I guess I thought she was trying to say, I'm going to hurt Goodwin if you don't stop seeing Goodwin. That's what I thought she was trying to say, so I was confused at first. Because I thought she said, I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about Goodwin. Well, she said I'm worried about Ben, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So anyway, but that's what happens, basically, so we get to see what she's talking about.
I initially thought that what she meant was, like, I didn't really get what they were doing with this episode yet, so, forgive me for thinking this, but I thought she was saying that Ben, like, doesn't approve of adultery, and if he knows someone's, like, doing it, he'll, I don't know, punish them or something, like he's got some kind of...
Oh, like he'll give them a mark?
Yeah, something awful like that. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever they do, put them to death maybe. Like, I thought maybe he had some kind of weird thing about, like, you have to obey certain rules to live here. I thought it was going in that direction.
Okay.
Because they have a whole thing about good people, and they, they sort of talk about it again this episode, and I don't know,
Well, Ben killed one of his men because he was jealous. I'm like, this whole good person, bad person thing just doesn't fly anymore.
Oh man, yeah,
it hasn't for a while. But
It doesn't fly, and yeah, it hasn't for a while. And I will never buy that what the others have done was justified, even from their perspective. I don't think it was.
No.
So, fuck the others. That's what I say. But I like them. But, yeah, anyway. Okay, anything else about this scene?
You know, I really was wondering, you know, when Harper was like, you know, don't even pretend to be, you know, offended. You know, I saw you, I followed you, I watched you. I thought she was bluffing, and I guess we really don't know if she was. But I'm like, come on, Juliet, she's just bluffing. She's bluffing because Juliet kind of pauses and looks at her like, you know, and I guess the look is it's either, you know, wow, I can't believe you know, I'm caught and you saw that and blah, 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 and, you know, all the emotions of that. Or it's like, are you bluffing? Or I don't know.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, it's an interesting scenario. Like, there's various things that could be, you know, she could be, you know, Juliet can either admit to it or deny it. And Harper could either be telling the truth or not. And there's like 4 different things, I think, that could happen there, you know. Juliet could deny it, and she was really watching. She doesn't want that because then she just knows she's lying.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
she's just lied again, you know, about it. You know, the other thing that could happen is, you know, that's bad for Juliet is she's lying, but Juliet admits to it. That happens a lot on Lost, where
pretends that old
thing.
Yeah, it's the old. How did you know? I didn't until you just told me.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. They love that. So yeah. Then she ends up giving herself away when she had no evidence. She could have denied it and been okay. The other 2 cases are kind of weird. I guess they're the ones where she gets off. She, you know, she says she's spying and she's lying, and Juliet denies it, and so she thinks, well, maybe I'm wrong. And I guess the other one is she is spying, and Juliet admits to it, and that's what happens. I think. Yeah. Because I feel like if she was lying about it, they would have put that in the scene. They usually do.
Yeah.
I'm assuming she was telling the truth. And that's just
and I feel like they're going for it's not, and I feel like what I like is, you know, and she even says it. It's not. It doesn't even matter that you're sleeping with them. That's not the point. You know, and I kind of like that little bit of character that she shows, that she's more concerned about Goodwin's well-being than whether or not Goodwin is sleeping with her, you know? Like, she just doesn't want Goodwin to get hurt, you know? And I like that, you know, from such a, you know, cold character. You get a little bit of, you know, something there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that. It wasn't about, oh, you're cheating with my man. That's not what it was about. It was about the whole revelation about Ben's jealousy.
Yeah.
You know, so it was done well.
I agree. Okay, so the next scene is back at the barracks. Ooh, yeah, here's a great scene. So Claire, that's right, comes up to Locke.
Exactly. Who's that now? The blonde one?
Yeah. She's
Boone's sister?
She's from, where's she from? She's from somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, she comes up to Locke as he's cutting up a rabbit, and then she, oh, I hate this.
No.
Anyway, I'm like, yeah, and then trying to make it all natural, and I just fucking flip.
Go back to your robot speak.
I know, that's what I need. I can't try to just like string it together because.
Hey, there's only room for one Claude on this show.
I wrote these short sentences, and I'm trying to deliver them nicely, and that's what you get. I just sit there and fucking stumble for anyway.
Hey, look who it is! It's Locke. Yeah, it's cool, man.
Yeah.
And busting the rhyme is Claire. See?
Check this shit out, yo.
It's off the easy, yo.
Oh, God. So, okay, right. Claire asked about Miles. Claire wants to talk to him. She suggests that after what has transpired, in particular Naomi being killed by Locke and Charlotte being shot by Ben, they seem hostile, and Claire would seem less intimidating as an interrogator, which I have to agree, it would be hard for Claire to seem intimidating.
Especially she has a baby in her arms.
Yeah. Really,
she's like nursing. Like, you better tell me what I want to know, or I'll put this baby down after his feeding. Because he just gets fussy if he stops his feeding, okay?
Don't make me put this baby down.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
I'll make you smell his nappy.
I'll tell you anything.
Lady, you're insane. And I'm also Jack's sister.
Oh.
That'd be a weird place for it. I would love if Lost did that once. Just like gave us a random, revelation, like out of nowhere.
Mhm.
Like Hurley, Hurley's playing horseshoe or something, and like looks on the bottom of one of the horseshoes, and it's like, this is what Smokey is. Smokey is, I don't know, just like finding some big revelation in some little place.
Just really like
out of nowhere.
Lackluster, like. Oh look, Smokey's a horseshoe. That explains everything.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I meant, but yeah,
okay.
That too. I meant the horseshoe has it written on the back.
Oh.
Like what Smokey is.
I thought Smokey was a horseshoe.
No, that's weird. Smokey was a horseshoe. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Why is it a song? Smokey was a horseshoe. Get your gun. I don't know. It needs to be like a Western song.
Mhm.
Smokey was a horseshoe, and lucky he was. I don't know. If I had some time, I can make a little song.
Yeah.
All right. So what else are we talking about here besides nonsense?
Right. So Claire. It's the Claire Locke scene. Locke. I got a tiny bit more here.
Okay.
Locke refuses to let Claire question Miles. He mentions Charlie and what he said about the boat people. Claire says, he just said whose boat it's not. Don't you want to know whose boat it is?
Ooh, in your face.
Oh.
Wow. I'm like, this is Claire?
I know.
Like, when is she alert? When is she paying attention to what's going on? Like, wow.
She hasn't done anything but hold the baby since, like, I don't know, what, season 2?
Since he landed on the island?
Well,
Well, I guess she didn't technically hold the baby when she was pregnant, but,
do you want to count that?
All right, she did 2 things, fine. No, she hasn't done anything for a very long time. She hasn't been relevant, really, other than someone else to cry about Charlie.
Right.
And, it's pretty crazy. And I think at the I'm just so surprised that they're even, using her and, I don't know what to do with what's going on at the barracks, I mean, there's so much weirdness. By the end of this episode, there's just, like, so much weirdness going on there. It just doesn't make any sense. They're playing horseshoe, and, like, Ben's walking around, and Locke is cutting rabbits in the middle of the, like, yard, and and Miles is over somewhere, and, like, I mean, there's just, like... I feel like they should all just sit down and really ask themselves what the hell they're doing. Come on, guys. We need to get on the same page here. Like,
okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's all get a hold of ourselves a bit.
They're like, I put together this PowerPoint presentation that'll help you follow, like, where I think we've gone wrong here.
Let's scrutinize what exactly we've been doing the last few days. And then ask ourselves the question, what...
Is this the direction we really want to go in?
Yeah.
As you see from my chart, the arrow points down.
Now, when I signed up to come with Locke, I did not have this in mind. I didn't think my future was horseshoes and
yeah, we find out, like, Claire got, like, a business degree from, like, Cambridge.
Yeah.
She's, like, all crazy. They're, who knows what they're doing, that's what I was going to mention. Oh, crap! I was gonna bring up something that we learned. Oh, the deleted scene from... I guess it was, I don't remember what episode it was. What's the,
what happened?
The one where they go, basically the deleted scene was when Miles and Claire and them have to cross the sonic fence.
Oh, yeah. That was The Economist.
The Economist, yeah. Like, we talked about whether or not the fence was on or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we just need to chalk a lot more stuff up to deleted scenes, because it seems like that's a lot of the answer a lot of the time.
Yeah, it is. And I read that scene, and, like, I'm not sure if it was on or not. Like, the way it read, it seemed like it could be either the fence was on and Miles, like, turned it off psychically,
mm-hmm.
or the fence was off and Miles could sense that it was off. Like, one of the two,
mm-hmm.
like, apparently occurred. But they did encounter it. And Kate even has a line where she says, I saw Juliet, like, turn the thing on,
mm-hmm.
you know. But Miles is just like, no, stand back, let me, you know. And then he just walks through, and they're like, okay. You know, so that's, I don't know, but yeah. It's I'm getting a feel of your point, but we spent a fair amount of time talking about what about the fence, and it's weird that it was just simply a deleted scene. They didn't forget about it. It was there.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, the whole thing with I got the sense from reading it that it was a big revelation. I thought I took it to believe that he actually turned it off. I thought that was, we were getting some sort of revelation about how much power he has or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it could go the other way too, where he was just sort of bluffing, or I guess maybe that's a third option, was that he was just bluffing.
Yeah, that'd be a third option. I assumed he wasn't bluffing, but he could have been, I guess.
Yeah,
that's I wouldn't.
I mean, he's a con man to a degree. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But he was bluffing at his peril if he didn't know that it wasn't on.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, I don't know if he can talk to any. I don't know if he just summoned the spirits and asked them if it was on or something. Who knows what his powers are. Or he can sort of sense. I don't know what. Something. I don't know what he could sense from what we know about him that would make sense, other than some sort of communication with someone who would know. Obviously a dead person.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't imagine him just sensing, like, sonic. Well, I mean, it's not even really on, right? I mean, that's what's weird. It's like it being active. I mean, it's not actually making any sort of sonic energy, obvious sonic energy when it's activated. Only when it's in use, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like even though it's on that he can necessarily feel anything. It's weird. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, but let's move on, I guess.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to bring that up because it sort of came to our light, to our attention after the podcast.
Yeah, no, it's worth saying, especially. As far as, like, they didn't want to deal with the fence, or they forgot to deal with it, or whatever. It's kind of frustrating. I can understand. Like, I didn't think they, it's just, the fence was like, I don't know. It was an added obstacle that, I'm not surprised they cut it out.
I don't understand why they even had Juliet turn it on. Like, why not just have it where no one turned it on when they left, and they don't have to deal with the fence when Kate and them have to go there? Mm-hmm. I don't understand why. Then that means that when Locke and them got there, they had to deal with the fence. And I guess Ben had to give them the code.
Yeah, ugh, God.
Which is like, I mean, where's that scene when Ben, doesn't want to give Locke the code or something?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. I just don't. Why have Juliet turn it on?
I guess I don't know. Maybe she didn't leave it on, but she turned it on when the smoke monster was coming, to stop the smoke monster. I think that's
I'm thinking they were. Is that what you thinking they're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's what Kate's talking about.
Well, that's stupid, Kate. I mean, obviously people have left since then. I'm thinking
she was saying like maybe I can turn it off. I think.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Oh, okay. I thought she was saying that it was on because she saw Juliet turn it on.
No.
Oh, she was just saying, I saw Juliet do it. Maybe I can do it.
Yeah.
And that's right. Then he does it. He supposedly does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took that as I forgot, but yeah, I took that scene as face value. It's just he did it, and
because when Jack and Juliet and Kate and Saeed all leave the barracks, I don't think they show them. I mean, at the end of the episode, they're still in the barracks, and in the next episode, they're already out, so they don't.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought. I thought she was saying. I thought from what you said, she was saying that. Yeah. That's when Juliet turned it on, is when they were leaving.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't.
Yeah,
think,
but okay.
I would assume they left it off, and then Locke could just march on in or whatever.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, good.
Yeah. Ugh. So that fence, man. Ugh.
That's fecal fence.
It seems so useful, but
I say fecal. I meant fickle.
Fecal.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's a different kind of fence.
Definitely. Ugh. So I gotta say, I got I don't know what they're doing this season. They seem to be like bringing up weird characters and getting them in. I was glad to see Claire like take some kind of proactive role here and try to push Locke into doing something and
right.
Get herself involved even. Asking questions that are worth asking. I mean,
you mean AKA being unclair-like?
Yes, exactly. Going against everything I thought I knew about her and what she would do,
Yeah.
She's just supposed to sit on the porch and
make coffee.
Make coffee, yeah, that's her.
That nobody wants to drink because they just want to talk to Kate alone.
Because they don't really want coffee. Yeah.
So no matter how good it is,
I gotta whatever you do, tip my hat or bow or whatever you.
Give her some props, maybe.
Yeah, give her
props in order.
Props in order. Yeah.
Props are apropos, I think, in this case.
So, go Claire. So anyway, in the next scene, Ben is reading in his little cell.
The book that he said he didn't want to read again.
Exactly. Oh God.
My, how things changed, Ben. Look how low you've fallen. You're reading your book a second time.
I learned from Lost Cast a little more about what that book is about. It's really weird. Like, apparently, I thought this was interesting, so I'm going to bring it up. Apparently, Philip K. Dick had an experience at a certain point, some kind of weird experience where he thought that he understood, like, basically everything. He thought he understood how the world is, like, really. Like he somehow had a glimpse into how things really work, and he used that sort of revelation to build this philosophy about religion and about science and stuff like that. And it was this book is apparently like very dense and very much at sort of an exposition of his view of things, but it's apparently not a fun read.
So it's not like a novel or a short story. Like it's more of a thesis paper.
It's technically a novel, but it's very dense.
Oh, okay.
It's sort of like one of those. I don't know, like one of those. Yeah, one of those novels that really just has a lot of exposition about ideas and stuff like that, and the story isn't paramount. It's really more just like his philosophy put into story form, loosely speaking. But yeah, that's the kind of book it is. I don't know. I thought it was kind of interesting. So
yeah,
anyway,
it's interesting.
Because I really didn't know that. I didn't really know very much about that guy at all. So there is something worth listening to occasionally on LastCast.
Wow.
So, yeah. Yeah, believe it or not. So, okay, right. So Ben is in his cell. He's reading the book. Locke comes in, and gives Ben his food. Ben asks, what does he ask? He says, is there a revolution?
How's it hanging?
What's the half? Yeah.
How's it hanging, Locke? Yeah, he says, how's the revolution going or something? Yeah, exactly. Long and to the left. Oh, God.
The revolution, like, is the revolution what I wrote down is wrong, so something about the revolution, how's the revolution?
Will the revolution be televised? Can I download the revolution on iTunes?
Has the revolution begun yet?
Yeah, there it is.
That's what he says. Thank you, transcript. So, anyway,
you're welcome.
I don't want the transcript to be a robot.
Please read me.
No, I don't want to read you anymore. You're scaring me.
I like to be read.
Oh, God, I really don't want to read you. And, God, I lost my chair. Oh, yeah. Then Ben gives a little lecture on the perils of leadership and how everyone questions your decisions, and pretty soon there's gonna be mutiny or something like that.
Mhm.
So then Ben says, "Man, my notation for this scene is terrible. I really need to just read some of this stuff again." Yeah. Oh, yeah. So then he taunts Locke again with Locke not having a plan, sort of a continuation of the Eggtown episode. Then Ben says he always has a plan. Locke brings up the $3.2 million dollars, and
Locke.
And Ben looks surprised, I think. Yeah. Oh, and that was a weird thing. I don't really understand. I guess he gives Ben some money. I don't know what was going on.
He gave him he's trying to be. I love Locke is I don't know. He's like a very stupid puppy. He's gonna run into the wall. 9 times out of 10, and when he doesn't hit the wall, you're like, aw, and then he hits the other wall. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Bad analogy, but Ben is in control of this whole scene. He's, he sort of manipulates him 2 big times, both times when Locke is trying to leave. First he says the revolution thing and he makes Locke stop, and then he says the you don't have a plan thing is even bigger, he makes Locke stop and talk to him again. And he's just baiting him and baiting him, and then of course he is surprised when Locke knows one piece of information that he didn't even find out himself, that he got from somebody else. And that's why I was laughing, because it's like, wow, Locke, the one time you're in control and you've outwitted Ben, you know something that Ben doesn't think you know, and the way you know it just isn't cool. You got it from Kate. Kate found out first, Kate organized that whole deal.
Kate doing something that you ordered her not to do, that you ordered her to leave because she did.
Yeah.
Now that is
how high you're sitting now, he's just totally, off of it. And he cocks his head and he's got his eyebrows all high, and he's looking at him look what I know.
Yeah.
And I really was hoping Ben would test him, because I think Ben would have, I really feel like, well, Ben's weird in this, and by this point in the episode, Ben gets a little weird. His motivation to me kind of is weird, so I don't really know what's going on with him. But I feel like if he knew that that's the only thing Locke knew, and how he knew it, he would just kind of laugh and maybe continue with his original plan.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this turned the page, and he's like, oh well, he knows that. Well, let me get him in on this. That my best course of action now is to get him in on this.
Yeah.
Because if he wanted to get him in on it, he could have just done it in the beginning. You know, so it seems like something he's changing his course to do. But anyway, I just thought it was so just, you know, like we said before with Locke, you know, he's just sort of inept. It's just like, you know, ooh, is it I'm surprised he didn't flub it, you know. Is it $3.3 million? You know, he's like says the wrong number. Or is it $2.3 million? Huh? And he's like, what are you talking about? You know.
Yeah. Oh.
$320,000.
Oh, yeah. Bet you didn't think I knew about that one.
Yeah, that's just the look he does that, and he kind of smiles and like he's just so happy.
Yeah,
it's like good.
He was desperately glad to have something.
Oh man, that must have if there were some dishes that he could unbreak right now.
Yeah.
You know, he would unbreak so many dishes right now. Yeah, it's like I feel like that's the look on Locke's face when he did his first mousetrap, you know, like wow, I did it, you know.
Yeah, totally.
He's got to feel good, but
Yep.
And good for Locke. He deserves one moment of happiness.
God, yeah.
Out of the miseries he's had.
It's just fucking shit after shit for him. So yeah, it's about time.
Yeah. Now he knows what it feels like to be Saeed.
Yeah.
It just dawned on me. That's what Saeed's like almost all the time.
Yeah.
You know, see, Locke, you could. This is who you could be if you were smart. And not so like selfish and childish.
Yeah, I know. If he had just if he had just let Kate talk to Miles and let her do her thing, like they could have just gone straight to the, you know, he blocked it every step of the way, and now he's taking credit. It's just so shitty and so typical of Locke. You know,
I don't really think he's prepared to handle what's going on. I really don't, and I feel like that's why Ben hasn't brought him in. I just, and not only that, I don't think Ben wants him in really, but I really don't think he can handle it. He, you know, when he's watching the Widmore tape, you know, which we'll get to, but you know, I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe because I know all the answers. Now I think about it, I knew every question he was asking. Pretty much. So maybe it seemed common sense to me, but I don't know. I feel like he's just, even when you hand him all the information, he still doesn't get it, you know?
Yeah. So what is Locke doing with this money? I didn't understand, like...
Oh, so he was saying, you need $3.2 million, huh? Well, how are you going to get that? Here, let me help you out. And he tried to give him $1 just to pretend to help.
He was just carrying around $1? I mean,
I don't know why he has $1 in his pocket. He shouldn't have any use for money.
I know.
He shouldn't even really be carrying around a wallet. I mean, I guess maybe you'd have a wallet just out of... you know, habit maybe, or just to keep your ID, But Locke, I mean, I would say that for the average person, but Locke, I don't know.
Yeah, because he doesn't even want to leave the island. He's not even thinking about that. Like,
yeah.
I just thought it was so odd that he gave him. I was like, man, what's this money about? Why did he have money? Like,
I didn't think, you know, it didn't dawn on me how weird it was that he just had $1 handy. Maybe he was. I would not put it past Locke that he specifically got $1 to carry around. So in the event, he could do that and say that. He planned the whole thing. I can see him doing that. I can see it because he's petty that way.
Yeah,
I can see him totally doing that.
Oh, God.
Like,
yeah.
I know what I'll do. I'll have $1. Yeah. And whenever he brings it up, I'll say, yeah, $3.2 million, huh? Well, here's $1, buddy. I mean, that's like a 12-year-old. That's what a 12-year-old would do.
Maybe if you put that in the bank and...
Yeah, maybe you get a good interest rate in 1 billion years you could have.
Oh, God. Yeah, he would take pleasure in that. That would be, like, a great victory for him.
Yeah, it would.
You got to pity Locke sometimes.
Yeah, you do.
He just... I really, deep down, I want him to succeed, and I just... You know, if you're disappointed with someone for years, like, it becomes hard to, like, I don't know. It becomes hard to imagine that they'll ever sort of, you know, get better.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, at a certain point, you're just going to give up hope and be like, okay, well, he just won't do it. You know, this horse won't stud.
Yeah. But whatever, he wasn't as bad as he has been in this episode. But I mean, he's pretty much one episode away from throwing dishes again. So it's not really cause for celebration.
Yeah, it's really not. It's really not. I'm surprised we didn't see this much talked about dinner that he invited everyone to.
Yeah.
I wonder if anyone came or not. It was he's always cooking now. Like,
yeah, I know. That's apparently I guess he just thinks he's gotta like make dinner for everybody. Like he feels responsible for them somehow. Like the fact that he led them out there, he's like, oh, now I gotta make them food all the time.
Oh, that's another thing we should talk about is that little comment Ben said, did this rabbit have a number on it?
Oh yeah, I didn't even write that down, but yeah, that's.
I mean, that's pretty. It seems like this like side joke,
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, like, would it? Would it really be? I mean, doesn't he kind of eat it anyway?
I don't remember if he eats it.
I don't remember if he eats it or not. Yeah, me either. But I thought it was weird. I thought it was, I'm like, what? Like,
it's
a weird thing to say.
He should turn to the camera and wink after he
I know, right? It's a weird thing to say because he has to potentially explain to Locke what he means if Locke was listening and asked him and cared to know anything, and relatively important. Is he eating it? I think he does eat it. That's why
Does he eat it?
Let me see if he takes a bite. He's got it in his hand. It looks really greasy.
That's a greasy rabbit.
It's a greasy rabbit. That's why it's so fat. Yeah, he eats it.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, he's eating the beans. I don't know if he actually took a bite of the little rabbit legs.
Mhm.
Oh no, maybe he's just eating the soybeans, the edamame.
Oh, he got soybeans? I didn't know.
Yeah, they look like soybeans.
What a treat. So I didn't quite finish the scene. Let me go ahead and just
it's not done?
blow through the rest of the scene. No, I kind of stopped with the money because I was really confused. And what I typed was terrible. So anyway, right. Ben decides at that point to make an offer. Ben says that they have a common enemy, the one they work for, the one that the people on the freighter work for. So he offers information about this in exchange for freedom. Locke says he doesn't trust Ben's word. So Ben says, I guess I'll have to show you. So that's the scene.
Yeah, so that little line when Ben is saying, I'll give you my word that, I'll tell you anything you need to know about, and then Locke starts talking. Well, see, Ben, that's the problem. I don't trust you, It's kind of hard to hear what he says, but Ben basically says, I think he says, I'll tell you anything you want to know about whose boat it is.
Oh.
Is a line that he says. He does it, it used to be, Ben's line used to be, I'll tell you whatever you want to know about the island. Then it was like, I'll tell you what you need to know about Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like I feel like it's getting more and more narrow and less interesting. And now it's like, I'll tell you about whose boat it is. And that's what Locke traded Ben's freedom. This is what I hate about Locke. He traded Ben's freedom to know who's on the boat. Mm-hmm. What happened to your previous inquiry about what Smokey is? Don't you want to know why Jacob disappeared? And Ben knows why. He made fun of you because of it. Don't you, aren't those questions, I feel like just as, they might not be as pressing, but I feel like, given the fact that he's got this unique bargaining chip, it's like, I don't know. I think I'd rather want to know some of the bigger things and whose boat it is, especially if I'm resigned to not, leave the island or just protect myself in the barracks,
Yeah, I agree, but Smokey, Ben just said he didn't know, and, this is season 4. They can't tell us anything too big. So
I don't care. I still want I still want them to ask I still want Locke to want to ask those questions.
Yeah.
And it's fine if Ben doesn't tell them or it's just too obvious that it's become who's on the freighter. That's the big mystery, and that's what Locke traded Ben's freedom for, is to know who's on the freighter. And to me, that's I'd rather.
Well,
I mean, he gave him the file on him.
Not really as much who's on the freighter, but who's behind the freighter.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Who sent the freighter? I mean, and he gave him all the file and everything on him. But it just seems like, to me, if Ben's gonna do all that, then I feel like if Ben has all this information and he can't stop this guy from sending a boat, what is Locke gonna do with the information?
Yeah.
You know, like Ben's can't. It's got to this point, and Ben was in control. Like Locke finding out who Widmore is, I don't know what that's gonna do. I don't see how that's gonna help him. And all it could really do is like potentially verify Widmore's motives and the fact that these people are bad, or the fact that these people are good. You know, depending on your perspective, I guess. So I don't know. It's just weird to me that he's just so ready to trade. To trade for that specific piece of information.
Yeah.
I guess he'll take whatever he can get.
I guess so. And like I wanted to know it, so
But we already knew it.
We did, but it was confirmation. It wasn't.
I mean, the side of the freighter said Widmore Industries.
Oh God. So.
And it had a Dharma logo. So go figure.
Woo! So anything else about that scene? Should I press on
let me
here?
see in my notas. Oh, and the like, I guess I'll have to show you. You know, they're really good about that, about the big build-ups that are just like, I guess I have to show you the tape.
Of a man.
You know, yeah, it's like I literally would have to show you something, not like I'm gonna, I'm like, I feel like he's gonna be like, stand back while I do my prestidigitation, like, yeah, they made it seem way more grandiose than it was.
Yeah, they did, and it's weird because I feel like they've already like done this plot, like it's always they've done it like many times. It's always like Ben like I'll tell you stuff, and Locke like. Okay, but what do I have?
How can I trust you?
Yeah.
Oh, because all right then.
Like the man from Tallahassee, it was I'll tell you stuff, but you gotta whatever. Don't blow up the submarine. And
why isn't he asking about the box, dude?
And then he tells him at the box, and then his dad appears, and then he's like, "I'll tell you everything, but you just gotta kill your dad." And then he kills his dad. Well, Sawyer does it, but he says he does it. He takes credit. Brings the body, and he's like, "All right, take me to Jacob." So they go to Jacob, and it's still just like muddled.
Yeah.
It doesn't really explain who Jacob is or what's really going on. It's all just like silly. And it continues. It's still been I'll tell you stuff, and Locke like, what does he have to do for it? And it's just it's just endless. And it's like, how much does Ben know? I mean, I'd really like to know. Like, does he really know? Does he really not know what the smoke monster is? Like, I
feel like as long as he's been on the island, he's got to know more than just I don't know. He's got to have heard other people's ideas of what it is, how long it's been there, something about its history. Was it there when Dharma got there?
Yeah.
Did they create it? You know what I mean? Because depending on what it is, he could know a lot. If that's a Dharma project gone wrong, he could have potentially found the documentation to prove it. In the Purge, after the Purge. So he could know a lot, or if Smokey's just this, whatever thing, and no one ever figured it out, and everyone just leaves it alone, then that would be boring, and he would be like, But when he says I don't know, I just don't believe him. I just don't believe him.
Yeah.
I feel like if he didn't know, he would say something else besides I don't know.
It really just seemed to me like the same kind of thing when Saeed asked him who the man on the boat was, and he's like, it's a secret.
Yeah.
It's just
Ben is when you come at him with direct questions, he doesn't have a lot of great responses, at least these days.
Mhm.
It's like what's your name? You know, I don't know. Like we know it's Ben. Like you can't lie. You know.
Yeah. At this point.
Oh, I'm done lying.
Mhm. Oh God.
I thought of this funny idea for like a little cartoon panel, like a little cartoon strip, like in New York or something. I don't know. But like a lost one, and it's Ben at like a dinner table, like eating, and he's got like a full plate of food, and like the waitress, you know, basically comes by to see if he's done, and he's like, "Oh, I'm done eating," but the plate's full.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I think about, guys.
That's
Now you're happy you're not me.
limited audience, but good.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like that idea of just obviously lying.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm done eating.
Yeah, someone wrote something. Someone in the comments, I remember, it was something like Ben just lied, like practice lies. You know, like at breakfast, you know.
Yeah.
Alex asks if he wants orange juice, and he's like, you know, no, I want coffee, and then he's thinking like, ha ha, I totally wanted orange juice, and she bought it.
Yeah.
You know, like that. I don't know. That's.
Yeah, I think he probably, you know, sharpened. Well, at the very least, I think he's had a lot of opportunity to sharpen his skills just in his everyday life.
That's true.
Just by what he sort of does and who he is. But yeah, I can see him, you know, just doing it. I think he likes to do it. Obviously, it's a sort of power thing and a control thing, and I think he likes that. Like even there was a sketch, I think. Oh man, I don't remember what it was, but it was along those lines of it was Dexter. It was that Dexter episode when with Lundy and Dexter, when Lundy asked Dexter to come in about the case, and like, you know, Dexter's like, oh, now he's going to do this, and Lundy does this, and he offers him, you know, something, but there's none left. He offers him some crackers. Oh, but it's empty. You know what I mean? So they're just like playing this like power struggle back and forth.
Yeah.
That makes me think of that when I think of Ben just like sort of, you know, doing these things for practice and for the like sheer enjoyment of it, you know.
Yeah.
All right, we're ready for the next scene?
I guess so. So the next scene is a flashback. Juliet is swimming in the ocean. She
scares
gets
the shit out of me.
To what?
She just surfaced like that. I'm like, what the hell? I did not expect her to like pop out of the water when she did.
All right. She gets out to meet Goodwin for a little romantic beach picnic. Goodwin says he should just tell his wife what's going on. Juliet says he shouldn't because of Ben. Juliet says that everyone knows that Ben has a crush on her. Goodwin says he works with chemicals that could kill.
Wait. Juliet says everyone knows that Ben has a crush on me?
Did I say that?
Did I said that? Yeah, you said that.
Okay.
No. So basically,
I meant Goodwin said.
Goodwin, yeah, Goodwin says that.
I have that written. I must have just read it wrong.
I can't imagine you that like everybody knows he likes me.
Yeah, you're right. I can't imagine that either. I don't know why I said that. It's the right word. Anyway, yeah, so Goodwin says everyone knows. Goodwin says he works with chemicals that could kill every man, woman, and child on this island, and that Ben is worried about more important things than Juliet and Goodwin's relationship. Juliet is still concerned. Goodwin says, what's Ben gonna do? And then we cut to season 3, episode 1, the plane crash from the barracks perspective. We sort of do a replay of this scene where we kind of cut Ethan out of the picture. We cut everything else. The stuff about the book club is out of the picture. And Juliet is holding the book too, and they, I think they took pains to kind of show her, head, so that didn't become a thing. Although that line, so I guess I'm out of the book club. Like, it seems a little different after this episode to me. It seems a little bit more like, I don't know, appropriate or something. I always thought it was really awkward or weird or something, but I don't know. I buy a little more after this episode, but they didn't include it. So anyway, pretty much just replay the scene. He sends Goodwin off and tells him to make lists, and we see Harper. She comes out and has some looks, and it's just sort of suggested that it seems like it's suggested that Ben sent Goodwin like because of this. Like that's I don't know. That like
yeah, I don't know how to really take the book club line. I feel like it should make more sense. Is this coming from? I forget. Why was Juliet crying when she was doing Was she crying about her sister?
Yeah.
When she was doing the muffins, and because she had just found out her sister was dying of cancer. Is that right?
No. This is way after that.
That's way after that.
She was pretty much crying because she can't leave the island.
Okay, so she's crying because she can't leave the island. She's got the book club. I mean, I still don't understand why she didn't invite Ben. Is it because? Is this coming directly from her trying to leave and he says you can't leave kind of thing?
Yeah, it's shortly after that because she when she finds out about Ben's tumor, that's when she confronts him and she just
right.
She just demands to leave, and he's just like, "No, you can't leave." And
okay.
this is like a day after that. So it's on the heels of that, and I guess that's why she didn't invite him.
Okay, that makes sense. I was trying to see if they're trying to make it she didn't invite him because of this thing with Goodwin, because I mean I would tend to buy that he may have sent Goodwin with the idea that he would be a little bit in danger and he could. I think it would be mostly that Goodwin was appropriate for the job, but it could be too. Okay, well. There's this thing going on with him and Juliet. I'll send him out in the field and then, see what happens. But I don't think Juliet picked up on that. So that's why I was saying I thought it'd be weird if for him to say about the book club line if it's supposed to be from this like Goodwin thing. Sending Goodwin out into the danger or whatever.
Oh.
And the whole thing with the wife with Harper like looking around, like that was weird too. They seemed to imply like something was going like this whole thing with Juliet and Goodwin, like some subtext is there in this scene. I just don't know what they're saying. Like why was Harper there looking around? Like
yeah,
I didn't get what they were saying with that.
I guess I thought they were saying that Ben sent Goodwin, if also because he could handle it, like if among the reasons he sent him was this thing with Juliet. I guess that's what I thought they were getting at.
But does that mean that Harper's there and she's giving those looks to Juliet because it's like, okay, thanks Juliet, now you've got my husband sent out. Like really though? Like because why would they pick up on that? Like Harper's just astute enough to be like, okay, well this is what I knew was going to happen. Like I mean, it's weird because it just doesn't seem like it's all about, like if Goodwin was the only one who went, if it was like between Goodwin or Ethan and he chooses Goodwin, then I can see that. But it's like, he had to send somebody, and he sent Ethan too, and Ethan ends up dying, first. So I don't know, to have all that going on and that subtext and trying to rest on like this little thing of now he's going because of all of this. It seems a little lopsided to me. But maybe that's what they're going for.
It seems like a retcon to me, but I feel like that's what they're trying to say.
Why?
Why are they trying to say that?
I mean, they're trying to say that? Why are they trying to say that? Because I like the idea that Ben, once Goodwin is out there, Ben decides to kind of leave him out there longer because he knew what would probably happen. It's because at some point they're going to figure it out,
Yeah.
I think the odds are, in the favor of that. But you know, the longer the better for that. But this idea that he sent him because of that. And Harper knows it in this scene, and Juliet maybe knows it or is fearful, or I don't know.
Mhm.
I guess. But it was weird not, you know, we've seen this scene a couple times, and you know, I think we all sort of subconsciously know what it looks like, and so it was weird when they didn't cut to Ethan when he's talking to Ethan, and I'm like, wait, what's going on? Why? Something's different here. Something's different, and I'm like, wait, oh, they're giving us a different perspective here. And like, you know, throwing Harper in there, and I guess some of those shots. I mean, that first shot of Goodwin when they you know, they usually would cut to Ethan at this point, but they cut to Goodwin, and he's just looking. You know, it's a little longer shot than a normal, just like someone looking, not talking shot would be. But yeah, it was really weird.
It was weird because when the scene originally played, he felt like an afterthought. Because Ethan was the one, like, fixing Juliet's plumbing, you know, wink, wink, and so, you know, he
what does that mean?
I don't know.
Are you saying Juliet has fertility problems, or what are you saying? I feel like it's appropriate. I just don't know why.
I don't think I do either. But
let's leave it at that.
Well, yeah, I think so. He was the one, you know, who had lines, and I feel like the focus was on him more originally. And Goodwin, you know, like, because we sort of saw him before that, and then he's just like, Goodwin, go to the tail section. And when it originally played, it felt like, well, you know, Goodwin went to the tail section, like he's got to do that, you know. But it just felt like, you know, it didn't really fit in with the scene. Like, the scene was about Juliet and the book club, and Ethan was fixing her plumbing, and you know, they all, like, sort of got involved, you know, but then it was just like, oh, yeah, Goodwin, you got to go, because that's what happened. You know, and this scene, you know, it's focused on Goodwin. Ethan's the afterthought. He plays no part in this flashback at all. You know, he's, like, vaguely mentioned, like, once, I think, you know, besides in the scene. And it's just weird. It's just because we cut back to this scene in One of Us also. It's like the third time we've run through this scene. Yeah. You know, with sort of a different perspective on it. And like, I don't know. I don't know. I find that odd. It also kind of reminded me of the Nikki and Paulo episode, you know, sort of you know, inserting this new character into this old scene.
They're doing this thing. I mean, if they do it a fourth time, it'll be like Rashomon, you know. It's like, just give us a perspective of someone in the back who has nothing, you know, who's like, what's going on over there, you know, what's Ben doing, you know. What I was going to say earlier, one of the things I was waiting for later is now, and I was going to say I liked how they juxtaposed these two scenes with, you know, Goodwin and Juliet at the beach, and he's saying, oh, what's Ben going to do? And the next shot is a plane ripping from the sky. And for an instant I thought, holy crap, you know, at first I thought this was the same instance, you know, this was a continuous shot, and then I'm like, what? Ben had something to do with the plane, you know, like, they're like, oh, okay, no, that's not what they're doing. But it gives you that thought, you know, for half a second you think, you know, what's Ben going to do? Plane crash, you know.
Yeah, that is what it seems like initially. But no.
Yeah.
Ben can't crash a plane. Not by pure thought, I don't think.
We'll see.
I don't think Ben has any powers beyond, you know, his...
You know, I just realized something. I just realized why one of the reasons why Ben wants to struck this deal with Locke.
Why?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to ask. I have to be invited to answer.
I was waiting for you to continue, and I'm like, well, I want to know. I guess I better ask.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for the question. So it's not an unsolicited answer.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't sue me for spoiling you because you no.
What are you gonna spoil? What is a spoiler?
No. It's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler.
Oh,
It's just a guess. But he's got to go raise $3.2 million. He's got to go get that somehow. And he's got a week. He needs to be free from that. So that's the biggest obvious reason why he's doing what he's doing, because he needs to be mobile. He needs to have his freedom. And now that we know he's got that room with all the money and the passports and stuff, who's to say he doesn't just sneak out while Locke is sleeping and go to Tahiti and go to his bank account and get like $3.2 million? You know what I mean? Like, now that he's not trapped, he can do some very conventional things, you know, which is just like to go get the money if he needs to go get the money.
I see.
And that just dawned on me, you know, like what, you know, I'm thinking like, what is he trying to do, you know? But when you saw him walking around, you know, at the end with a smile on his face, I'm like, man, he could just go, he could leave probably right now, you know, depending on, you know, what transportation he has access to. Who knows? You know, potentially he doesn't have any, but
blew up, and so supposedly, if the submarine really did blow up, supposedly he shouldn't have a way off the island.
Mm-hmm.
At least that's the party line.
Well, maybe he can just go take a rowboat out, and he can go, and he knows the bearing to go to the time barrier,
Mm-hmm.
and it will make his consciousness go back like 10 years,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll go just deposit some money in an account with Miles' name on it, and then by the time the interest accrues, and it's, you know, that many years later, then he can just tell him, and then he can warp back because he knows, because his constant is Jacob.
Oh, Jesus.
And yeah, and so then he tells Miles what the account number is, and there's the money.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that was easy.
That was easy, huh?
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy. I maybe I shouldn't like trust Ben. That's a silly thing to say.
Yikes.
But for some reason, I feel like I don't feel like he's gonna run. I don't know. Maybe I'm silly to think that.
I mean, I don't feel like he's going to run in any sort of indefinite way. I feel like he needs to get that money, and I feel like if he needs to leave the island to do it, now he has the opportunity.
Does he need to get the money, though? I mean, if Island... I'm sorry, if Miles...
Mylan?
I called him Island.
You called him Island?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's really weird.
Island.
I hope
that's an interesting name for a person. Island.
It is.
What's up, I? Yo, Lan, what's up?
Yikes.
No man is you. Yikes. Random comment.
Yeah.
No man is you. Yeah, thanks, buddy. I hear that one all the time.
Yeah, that's a good one. No man, it's you. Miles is trapped right now. I mean, why is Miles a threat at this point to Ben? You know, why is
because if Miles could successfully convince Widmore that Ben is dead, that could, I mean, the idea is that would solve Ben's problems.
Yeah.
That you know, well, see, here's the problem is that even if Ben is dead, see, this is predicated on the probable red herring that they're there for Ben.
Yeah.
When they might be, in more general terms, there for whatever they need on the island. You know, Ben too, but I don't think it just stops at Ben. So even if Ben was dead, I don't necessarily think that would stop Widmore from trying to get to the island. Like Ben already said, he's trying to exploit the island. He didn't say he's trying to exploit me.
Yeah.
You know. So now I'm getting upset because now I feel like they lied to us directly when they were like, we're here for Benjamin Linus. You know, and it's like, well, yeah, not really. You know.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I think maybe I should say it later. I basically think that Ben, you know, they know that Ben is going to try to prevent them from exploiting the island or whatever it is they want to do. You know, he's going to fight them, and so it makes sense that they would send people to look for Ben because, you know, I feel like, you know, the Widmore, I guess, considers Ben to be the primary obstacle to really sort of taking over the island, I guess.
But why would you want to go find Ben when first what you need to do is, secure this facility so that he can't use it against you? You know what I mean? They could have. I mean, if Ben is, what am I trying to say? If they have any sense of how dangerous Ben is, as evidenced by the fact he, tried to kill Charlotte at the drop of a hat, I just don't see them. We need to find this guy. Like, that's our main motivation. I feel like they should be. Our motivation is to secure this thing, and then, send in a tactical team to get this guy. Like, I just don't. You know what I mean? Like, Dan and Charlotte should not be there to capture Ben. I just don't think they have those skills.
Yeah,
you know
it
what I
kind
mean?
of seems like that's Miles' job.
I mean, but that's the thing. I don't think Miles has those skills. I mean, I think Naomi had those skills.
Yeah.
I think Miles is just a crazy guy with a gun. You know what I mean? Like, or was. He's got some other stuff going on, but I don't think he has the skills to, like, you know what I mean? They don't know what they're walking into. And if this was, season 2, and they're coming to the island, Ben has all the others, and he's got his full tactical team.
Yeah.
Against 4 people, yeah, right. You know what I mean? They're done for. But anyway, it's just one of those things, and I get what they're going for. They're there for Ben because he's the key to what they need, but they're not there to get him, to take him to trial, to take him off the island, or you know what I mean? It's not just about him.
Seems like,
yeah.
But what they've gone back to is what I originally thought it was anyway. So it's kind of weird.
Which is what?
Which is the island.
Yeah, the island.
Like, that's what I always assumed they were there for. And when they said they were there for Ben, I was like, really? Like, he's some kind of, I don't know, international.
Yeah, like, exactly. Yeah, like, we need to get him because,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see that happening. And then they show Ben, like, doing stuff in the future, and I don't know. I did start to think that it was just all about Ben somehow. But yeah, I'm not surprised. I guess that it isn't true. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway,
so yeah, what's Ben gonna do? So, the next scene we're back with Jack and Juliet. Jack says they should have caught up with them by now, meaning Dan and Charlotte. Then they hear Kate making noises. She's waking up from being knocked out. Juliet says she'll go get Kate some water, and Kate tells Jack what happened, basically. And then Jack realizes Juliet should have been back by now, I guess, and he calls out for Juliet and pretty much realizes that she just left them there.
Raise your hand if you knew she was leaving when she offered to go get Kate some water.
My hand isn't up. I thought she was being nice.
No, she's in the middle of this I don't even know what it is, race to the Tempest. And she doesn't really care for Kate, and she's like, I'm going to get Kate some water. I'm just like, that's a good opportunity for you to leave. I'm like, because wouldn't you have water with you? I feel like in their backpack or something is water. I mean, you think they would have some water with them.
Yeah.
Where do you really need to go? I mean, and they're next to like a creek. So it's like, where do you really got to go other than off screen so you can leave?
That's the thing. I thought, yeah. I thought she was just like, whatever, I'll let you deal with Kate, and I'll go get some water. And I really thought she was coming back. She surprised me.
Wow.
I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was.
I learned at a very young age, never trust a woman.
Yeah.
My third grade teacher, Miss Rutledge.
Oh, did she teach you that, or was she the woman not to trust?
Both.
Okay.
By evidence by the other.
I see.
As evidenced by the other, I should say. So yeah, man, Kate really got knocked out. Usually when they get knocked out, like they kind of come out of it fairly quickly, but she was like, man, he had to like drag her off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wow, she knocked you the fuck out.
Yeah, she was kind of a mess.
Yowza.
She had blood and stuff.
Yeah, she was woozy and like it was a more realistic knockout than they kind of do sometimes.
Than they usually do. Yeah, that's true. Usually it's that kind of knockout that it gets them out just the right amount of time and they can wake up and, you know, be as good as new and ready to do whatever they have to do next. But yeah, she was injured. I don't know. That was good. So, okay. Anything?
They injured Kate. Good.
Yeah.
No, we're good. Let's go to the lockabout.
The lockabout. So we're back to the barracks. Locke takes Ben to the living room. Ben says, I deleted some context, but basically Ben says, if I suck. I'm sorry.
Hold on, folks. Let's
let me look at the transcript.
We're running into some turbulence here. We're about 45 miles outside of Sydney, and
right. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. So Locke brings up he says, you know, how do I know you're not going to run away and meet your people? And then Ben says, if my people still wanted me, they would have stormed this camp long ago.
Oh, I'm done meeting my people.
Even though we got here yesterday. I don't know. That was a weird line. But it's like,
well, they could have stormed it and like realized Ben wasn't there.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's what he meant. I guess I assumed he meant like and got him from there. Like, I don't know.
I think that's the. I mean, it's safe to infer that. That is the implication, but I think, you know, obviously that's not the reality.
Yeah, but like if they did, how would they know? You know, like like if they stormed the camp when no one was there looking for Ben, like, you know, how would they even know that happened? You know what I mean? Like,
how would what?
How would Ben or Locke know if the others had stormed the camp looking for Ben?
Well, I mean,
no one was there.
Well, they see all the tracks. No, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
No, I mean, I think the idea is that they would have, if they wanted him, they would have gotten him by now. They would have found him. I think a true other could have tracked the Lossies down, you know, the Lockies down pretty easily if they really wanted him back. So, I mean, Harper found Juliet in the middle of the woods, sort of. I mean, maybe that's a special case because she could be something else. But so I think obviously the idea is that you know, they don't want me anymore. If they did, they'd have me. But I think it's just you know, they don't want you to remember that they just got there.
And it's weird because I mean he was locked up before and they didn't come get him. I mean, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, which is why it's a lie. That's the thing. It's just such a lie. You know, it just that's one of the few things that he said in this scene that I didn't think was the truth. Yeah. I feel like he is telling the truth a lot in this and these scenes.
Yeah, I believe him.
Because we believe it because we know it's true. We know that to be Charles Widmore, and we know like all this other stuff. So it's easy to believe when there's independent verification.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it takes to believe Ben is someone you trust telling you the same thing.
If Ben tells you something you already know is true, then you can believe him.
Mm-hmm. While you simultaneously wonder if it's true.
Yeah. It gives you a little doubt, but
you don't think it's as true anymore.
Just Ben saying it makes it look like lose some value.
You're like the sky. He's like the sky's blue, and you look at the sky. You're like, is that really blue?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. Blue is kind of.
It looks kind of gray, and there's a little green, and.
Mm-hmm.
So blah blah blah. The others. Ben directs Locke to a picture with a safe hidden behind it. I just gotta.
And then Locke opens the safe, and Yosemite Sam is in there with a shotgun.
Yeah, I just gotta. I have to interject here that in the movie Sleuth, the original version, that someone is asked to find a safe in a room hidden somewhere, and they look at a picture for a second and decide, no, can't be in there, that's too obvious. Like, it was already a cliche. This movie was in the early 70s.
Yeah.
It had already been a cliche. I'm like, of course it's behind a picture, and it's a safe, and it's got a big, like, whatever secret thing in there. Like, that's I don't know. I was just like, come on, guys.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like, it's such a cliche that if you do it, you obviously know it's a cliche, so you're doing it. Somehow it's okay. It's supposed to be okay that you're doing it because it's obviously a cliche, but it's just weird. I mean, why that? Why not something interesting?
I know, that's the thing.
Why not? Why not? Like it's in some place that we wouldn't have thought it would be.
Yeah, I feel like Ben could do better.
Yeah. Which makes me think that, that he planted that there. That it's, I can see Locke like, ooh, behind a picture safe. Well, I would have never guessed, he's feeding Locke these almost giving him like the adventure that he wants, like, ooh, and the mystery is behind the picture safe, and he just so willingly gives over this information that it makes me think that he had planned to do so to some degree.
Yeah.
It was too convenient. It was only the stuff he needed to convince Locke, of only what he needed to convince Locke was there. There wasn't extra stuff. It's not the safe where he keeps all the important things he needs. It's the safe where he keeps the two things he has on Widmore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's very specific. And I think, someone a little more astute, Saeed, would be curious that this safe only contains that particular information.
Yeah.
That's a little suspect to me. And it's a picture safe.
Yeah, I agree. But he says, it was sort of a bargaining chip, and so I think he definitely did plan to use this.
Yeah. I mean, he tells Locke that. Yeah, I mean, he basically tells him like, I know I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I'm trying to bargain.
Yeah, not like I don't know. He just thought of it on the spot. Like, well, maybe I can give this up.
Yeah.
So I agree with your assessment.
Thank you.
Yes. I just had to interject. Right, okay. So there's a safe. Yeah, Ben gives Locke the combination. Locke opens the safe, and we see there's a tape in there that says Red Sox. Under it is a folder, but we don't get to that until later. Ben says Locke asks, Locke says Red Sox, and Ben says, I taped over the game. So then Locke goes to play the tape, and so the tape starts, and we see Charles Widmore get out of a limo, and Ben has some commentary as the thing plays. He says the boat is Widmore's. He's trying to find the island. Claw's not here. Just so you know.
What?
I've been doing the scene. Luckily, it's a long scene, and I could have gone through the whole thing. Are you there?
Yeah. I'm listening to the. I was like listening and thinking, and I was actually thinking of this really crazy idea about the tape, but what happened? What did you?
Okay,
did it seem like I wasn't here?
Yeah, well, I was just reading the scene, and like normally I can sort of hear you. You make some mild. You say whatever. I started getting the sense you weren't there, and then I looked, and I'm like, he's not there, and then I'm like, I'll just keep reading the scene while you're gone. Like, why not? But then I just broke down in the middle of it. I'm just like, I'm not talking to anybody. This just feels weird.
No, I'm sorry. I was here. I was listening, but I think I was preoccupied with wondering if my theory makes any sense. about this whole tape business, but and I was just waiting for you to get to the end of talking about the scene, which.
Oh, your call didn't drop?
No, my call didn't drop. I was here the whole time.
Oh, you're not on the computer. Okay, that's the thing.
I am on the computer.
Well, according to me, you're not.
I don't know what's going. I had to go. I signed out at that first time I had a problem, and then the second time I signed in, I still didn't see you in there. Then I went to the other talk show thing, the non-pro, I guess, not necessarily free one, and then I saw you in that one, and then I went back into the pro one, and then that's when I saw you. So I don't know what's going on. I still see you in there, and can you see when I typed?
What?
Well, you don't see me, so you
I
can't see when I type then.
I see you on the phone, but yeah.
Yeah, see, the computer's gone. I don't even see myself typing. Somehow I'm losing the connection.
Basically, I saw the computer light was out, and since I hadn't heard a sound, I just assumed you were gone.
Oh.
And then when you came back, I thought that you had called back. I mean, yeah, you explained the whole thing, and I still just didn't believe you. But yeah, okay, now I get it. So you were there the whole time. Wow.
Yeah, I was here the whole time.
Okay, so that was pointless. I'm so ready for it to happen.
Yeah. No. I mean, it doesn't happen until like almost 4 hours. So I don't know how long we've gone, but
I don't either.
Yeah, here. Look, it tells me the connection to the server has been lost. Click OK to attempt to reconnect. I didn't see it.
I see. Okay.
It comes up in the corner. So maybe you see me now.
Let's see.
I did.
Yeah, I do.
Good. All right.
Anyway,
did you finish? You finished talking about the scene, right?
I did not. I got about halfway through it. So we're watching the tape. Yeah, Charles Widmore gets out. Ben says that the boat is Widmore's. He's trying to find the island. Then back to the tape, a henchman brings out a tied-up, blindfolded man.
Hench person, please.
I don't know. I think it was a man.
Yeah, well, let's not be sexist, though.
I guess I was supposed to say, like, henchman, but I don't know. It looks like
henchman, yeah, I guess technically.
I said henchman. That's just
henchman.
It's, I don't know. It's what I prefer to say. So Ben says that the man, which means the blindfolded man, who the henchman, stop. The henchman, I'm getting lost. Hold on. The blind.
Your brain's gonna explode.
Sorry, there's too many nameless men. I always ground myself in these scenes by using names, and now I'm just like, I got two men here.
See, that's a perfect illustration of mental time travel. You didn't have a constant. Yeah. The names of your constant, and
that's
you
it.
Just had a mental aneurysm. There it is.
That's what I need. So okay. Ben says that the blindfolded man is one of his people who got caught. One of Ben's people who got caught. Ben says he doesn't know how Widmore knows about the island.
Lie.
Then, yeah, I know, of course. Ben then brings up this example of the Virgin Mary mold and then suggests that Locke, a person who was unable to walk, suddenly being able to would be a similar kind of attraction for people to come. I don't know, look at or something. I thought that was a weird line. But let me continue. Back to the tape. Widmore hits the blindfolded man in the face. Ben says Widmore wants to exploit the island. Back to the tape, Widmore, he looks like he's about to get back in the limo, and then he looks up, and it seems like he sees the cameraman just as the video sort of cuts off, and it goes to the snow or whatever you call it. And then so the video's over, and then Ben he goes back to the safe, pulls out the file. It's a file about Charles Widmore, and he gives it to Locke and tells him what it is. Locke wants to know who Ben's man on the boat is, and the concluding line here is Ben says, "All right, but you might want to sit down." So that's the end of that scene. Whew. So there's a lot
All right.
going on. It's hard to juggle that one.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that scene.
Gotta get the commentary, gotta get what's happening in the tape. So anyway. What was the comment I tried to make? Oh, yeah. I thought it was odd that he suggested that, like, Locke would be the big attraction on the island.
Is it really odd coming from Ben, the man who said, "No, John, I was coming for you"?
Well, it's not odd coming from Ben, but it's odd in general.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. It's not. I don't think it's true. I mean, I think he's saying that to play, to play up John's fragile ego. Like, oh no, John, imagine you, come on, like there's bigger things on the island than Locke, sorry.
Yeah,
but
and I just can't imagine, like, people coming to this remote island like, look, you see that man? He couldn't walk before. Like, I don't know. That just, I just don't buy that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't buy that people would care about that more than they do the Virgin Mary mold.
I think it would lead to. I mean, if Widmore managed to make it safe for people to cross and get to the island, really set it up like an charging people to go to the the island of healing or something, then I think that's the point. That's the idea. If other people came there who could walk again or something maybe like that too, But I think it's a bigger miracle, that Locke can walk again. It's not, a religious miracle necessarily. It's not the Virgin Mary, but it's pretty crazy. But only 5,000 people came after that, so which is
Yeah, maybe they can beat that.
Yeah.
I don't know. If someone was like, yeah, that man, he couldn't walk. Like, I don't know.
Well, if they could prove it, I mean, if it was just sort of fact, like his medical records proved it, and they had, I mean, and it was just sort of the kind of thing where everyone sort of agreed that yes, before he got to the island, he could walk, and now there's no signs that his whatever. What happened? He broke his back or something? Broke his spine?
Yeah.
I think that would prove it to be a miracle, and I think there would be a lot of people who would flock to that. And if they had anyone else, when I went to the island, my whatever healed, then that's it. That's it. You've got millions of people around the world trying to flock to this island.
I totally buy the I'll go, people going to the island. Going to the healing island. It's just I have a hard time imagining Locke as like a
poster child for
as like a sideshow attraction. People just like look at him walking. Like even if you knew that were true, I don't know. It wouldn't be a big deal for me to go see him.
Yeah, but you're not a zealot. You know what I mean? There are people who flock to these kind of miracle things, and I mean who really do. See images and certain things, and they really believe that to be true, and they do just sit there and sort of worship and revel in that kind of presentation of a miracle.
Yeah.
And I think I think there would be people who would just want to walk among Locke. You know what I mean? Like it would be and I don't so I wouldn't imagine you or me or pretty much anyone else we know to want to do that. I would be like, cool, that's interesting, that's weird,
Yeah.
I wouldn't probably believe it,
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think most people would be the kind of people who would do that. But I think there are. But like he said, if there's 5,000 people who would go for something like that, that's kind of mold in a pattern.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to say, and okay, all right, fair point. I do think if it were Healing Island, then that would be a greater attraction. Yeah,
and I feel like that's what he should have said. Was that's really the way to exploit the island is for that. I mean, I think, there may be other things too that we don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
I kind of, anytime that they have characters that don't quite say what I think they should, or like this is a pretty good example of, he said, he makes it about Locke, and I agree. It's like, well, that's not the example I would use for what I think he's saying about exploiting the island, but maybe they put it this way because they don't want us to really know what the real exploitation would be.
Yeah.
You know, and I think you couple that with who Ben is and trying to stroke Locke's ego, then you can get a line like this, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. And yeah, and I think he's lying.
Yeah, definitely think he's lying. Can I tell you my really weird theory that I don't think it's true, but I feel like there's something. Okay, so I feel like there's something going on with this tape fiasco, the tape shenanigans. You know, we saw Ben show
tape shenanigans.
Yeah, we saw
A
Ben show.
Odyssey.
Yeah, exactly. One man's odyssey to the unknown. One man's odyssey. Okay, never mind. Anyway, we saw this tape before the Red Sox game. It's how Ben sort of proved to Jack that what was he proving, that they had communication with the outside world?
Yeah.
Okay, and then later, you know, a couple episodes ago, we got Jack ask randomly about the Red Sox winning the series.
Mhm.
You know, sort of bringing this up, I think, again, and then we get this episode, and Locke says, "Okay, well, you know, why does it say Red Sox on there?" So immediately, well, not immediately, just now, after seeing it twice and podcasting for 3 hours, it dawned on me maybe there's something with this tape. You know, and I don't want to put it in The Grudge or Ju-On, like. I don't want to make it like a supernatural tape, but I'm wondering, you know, both times the tape was used to convince someone of something pretty specific.
The Ring.
Oh, was it The Ring? Yeah. Yeah, The Ring and Ringu, sorry.
Yes.
Not The Grudge and
Well, when you
Ju-On.
originally said The Grudge and Ju-On, I thought you said The Ring and Ju-On, and I was like close enough, because Ju-On has some things sort of like that. It isn't actual tape, but TVs and stuff like that. Anyway, I don't know. Then
No,
I was
you're right.
like,
I meant
wait
The
a
Ring, yeah.
minute. He said The Grudge and Ju-On. He was saying the American and anyway.
Yeah. I meant the American and Japanese versions of The Ring.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I was thinking maybe there's some sort of thing where this tape can sort of show you some, you know, like it's just some sort of magic tape. I don't know. It's weird, but I'm like it's really crazy that the same tape was used to convince two different people of two different things.
Yeah, it is weird. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and okay, maybe he did tape over it, but he doesn't have another tape.
I know. I thought the same thing. I'm choosing to take this as a sequel, wink, wink moment to Did That Rabbit Have a Number on It? You know, it just seemed to me like a little reference to, you know, an earlier thing.
Like if someone's like, whatever happened to that Red Sox tape?
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Ben taped over it, and that has Widmore stuff on it.
It's pretty silly that he couldn't get another tape. It just doesn't make, like, take this tape and tape on it. Like, I don't buy that. You know, maybe there's something going on with this tape, but I don't know. I really feel like it's just a reference, and it's not anything crazy going on, and it doesn't really make sense. It's just, you just wanted to talk about the Red Sox tape.
But yeah, and you know, if what gets me is they brought up the Red Sox 2 episodes ago or 3, whatever it was, and I just, you know, they do that a lot. They bring up a little thing and then they talk about it later. And if Jack hadn't brought up the Red Sox, I'd be like, well, fine. He just, you know, it's an isolated incident. We haven't seen this tape since we saw it the first time. We haven't heard about the Red Sox since we heard about it the first time. You know, so it's like I would be like, fine. He just taped over it. But since they brought it up again, sort of. And I don't even know why Jack brought it up, you know. So I just want to, you know, I want to connect the dots and be like, okay, this is leading to somewhere. This is leading to something important. I hope it's not just like too random, just like little tidbits for nothing.
Well, I think Jack brought it up just because it was like a big deal to him, and he was really shocked by it, and he wanted independent confirmation. You know, of the thing. Now, why did they write him to say that? You know. Yeah,
that's what I
know.
mean. That's what I mean. It's like there's tons of stuff the characters could say and ask, but what they say when they do should be important.
Yeah. It should be. I believe it's not for now, but hey, I don't know. Maybe it'll go somewhere with this crazy tape.
Yeah, I like the idea of a tape. Like, it's like he can get you to do whatever he wants, but you've got to watch this tape. And it's maybe, somehow it's sort of different for anybody. I'm sorry, for everybody.
But the tape does say Red Sox on it. I mean,
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I thought maybe, maybe he didn't have a chance to change the label. My ideas aren't that good either. So,
it makes it seem like, I feel like if it were this great universal tape, labeling it with Red Sox is kind of weird.
Well, I mean, I feel like for what Ben, I feel like if Ben wanted to, he's got this tape, and I feel like it's not necessarily the tape itself, but Jacob allows the tape to show whatever. You know what I mean? Like if that tape got destroyed, another tape could be made to do the same thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
But for whatever reason, this is the tape, and so he put Red Sox on there. So obviously, it would be Red Sox, and he'd know it, and then he'd show it to him. But then I don't have a reason for why he wouldn't take the label off and put Widmore. I mean, other than the fact that he may not just have time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm operating under the guise that it doesn't have, in this crazy theory, which I don't really believe, that the video of Widmore isn't really on there until Locke is seeing it. You know what I mean?
Oh.
I feel like it would have to be supernatural in that aspect.
I see.
Almost like, reading your mind to what is it going to take for you to believe, coupled with, what maybe Ben wants to show you or something.
Almost like a magic box tape.
Yeah, like a magic box tape. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I feel like it does have some connection to the box. So, that idea of sort of anything you want, I mean, this is just you can see anything you want, kind of. So.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're going towards that or not, but if I see this tape again, I'm gonna be curious.
Yeah.
If I see another Red Sox tape or a Red Sox comment.
Yeah, if they keep talking about it, it's I'll have to notice after a while. But I don't know. We'll have to see what they do with all this. So I guess the big thing with this scene is the obvious that apparently Widmore is behind the boat. And we have speculated this since I think the season 3 finale. I think we already had that on the table at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Widmore has been around. The idea of Widmore has been around for a long time.
Yeah, the idea of Widmore has been around for a long time, and the idea of the boat being Widmore's, came not that long after. I would say probably as soon as we found out it wasn't Penny's boat.
Yeah.
That sort of came up. And
or even, I mean, I think even when we knew about the freighter, I think people and Ben was saying they would kill us all or whatever,
Mhm.
People were saying, "Oh, Widmore."
Yeah. Which is the finale, and so it's it wasn't a surprise to me since it's what I thought was true, but it's still a big thing, to confirm.
Mm-hmm.
And
which makes me think he's lying.
Yeah, I know. I'm sticking with 2007, Justin. I'm believing this.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder, where Penny fits in. She just have no idea if this is going on. This is kind of weird. Like if she's conducting her own search, she knows about the island, and she's making calls, and at the same time, her daddy's got a boat out there that's getting your calls. I mean, that's just odd to me. I mean, I believe that he could keep it a secret from her, but I don't know. I wonder what's going on there as far as Penny and how she found out what she knows, and she really just has no idea that this is going on, which she apparently didn't. I mean, she when Charlie brought up the boat, she didn't seem to have any idea what she was just
Maybe he should have said freighter, and she would have been like, oh yeah, the freighter.
Yeah. So, but I guess she knows about the boat now, but based on the constant. But yeah, I don't know. That's it.
All right. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of variables, and I'm not sure how she found out or what she knows. I mean, she could have found out everything she knows independently. She could have got the lead from her dad and then took it her own project to find him. She could, she could not know anything at all. I mean, who knows? I don't know if there's any way to really tell. I mean, I feel like she could, if she wasn't so astounded about the boat, I would tend to believe that that she knew what her father was doing, and she's sort of secretly doing her own thing. Like, he wouldn't sort of let her in on what was going on. So she decided to do her own thing, because she seems to be in charge of, the sort of that station, what was it in Antarctica, that station that we saw.
Oh yeah.
Who the guys call her. Like, she seemed to be in charge of that, so I feel like she's doing her own thing, and she did her own research. And I mean, I feel like if she researched the island and she found anything worthwhile, she should know something that would connect it to her father. Because I think there's some reason why Widmore and his cohorts know about the purge.
Yeah.
So, because if I feel like they were maybe, Widmore was around back then or something, For all we know, Widmore, I mean, yeah, isn't the idea that Widmore Industries or whatever, was responsible for the construction on the island or something like that? Didn't we find that out? Or was that not canon?
Well, yeah, that was part of the
Bad Twin?
No, that was part of the post-season 2 online game thing.
Oh, okay.
So
that's not necessarily true.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
It's possibly true.
But I was just saying, I feel like Widmore was around back in the Dharma days, maybe trying to get to the island. But I was going to say, who knows? He could have, helped fund the project or work with the Groots or whatever. Who knows? He could have some intrinsic knowledge of what was going on there. So how far back? I feel like he should be more than just like a guy who's just kind of a bit, an antagonist in the recent past. I feel like it should go deeper with him.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think. I mean, he was certainly alive back then.
As old as he is, he was always alive. Just kidding.
Ouch. So,
yeah, that's old.
Poor Alan Dale. He,
Alan Dale, who plays Charles Widmore, a.k.a. Bradford Mead on Ugly Betty.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think there is more to it than he just like in the last year found out about the island and decided to exploit it. Like, yeah. I agree, but I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like Penny's just operating independently, but it seems like if he knew about that, he would. I don't know.
I mean, maybe he's throwing her off course. Maybe he's fouling up her research. Who knows what he's doing?
Yeah. It seems like she got the right place, from the season 2 thing. So that so that wherever
she got lucky is what she got.
Yeah, she did get lucky. She did get lucky about the fail-safe thing, but why does she even know to look for that? I mean, the stuff she knows is just weird. Like I think she's gonna know. One of the things she needs to know for this all to make sense is the electromagnetism on the island. She needs to know that because that's what they're looking for. So somehow she found that out. If she found that out, she might know about Dharma. Yeah.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I guess I was doing like all this is secret, but yeah, maybe you can find out about that if you know where to look or have enough money or whatever it is we said before.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be that yeah, I mean, we're not sure how secretive Dharma was about what they were doing. I mean, they could have, I mean, well, Dharma has websites out there.
Oh, God.
They'll tell you everything that they do, the sort of nice facade of what they do. And I feel like that could have been, this electromagnetism sort of research or whatever could have led her to Dharma. And just like the sort of public information because, I think they probably have some sort of public image, and maybe, her money and resources led her to the sort of darker stuff or what they were really up to kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it'd be. I don't think Dharma itself was a huge guarded secret. Like no one knew what it was, But that's just a guess.
Okay. Whoa.
So I feel like all she need, if she, I don't know why she would think to look for electromagnetism, or, I mean, yeah, how she goes from, Desmond's missing to I need to look for electromagnetism.
Yeah.
I don't know how she does that. I don't know if, I mean, I feel like there has to be something with her dad. I mean, I feel like she's got to know he was on the solo race. I feel like maybe I think it could be very simply explained that she knows he was on the solo race and the last time that he made contact on whatever, however that probably worked, and, in his course, and she had a sort of area, his last known whereabouts kind of thing, and she just decided to start searching there. Maybe she decided to search, what's in that area, I don't know, and then maybe she found out about the island, and she found out about Dharma, and then that took her to more information, and then maybe that took her to Electro. She's like, well, okay, Dharma had this island there. It's not on any charts. How could I find this island? And then maybe that took her to electromagnetism.
Yeah, okay.
So they'll probably finesse it a little bit better than that, but I think that's a rough how they could sort of get to that point. But that, I think that entails her knowing stuff and finding out things about Desmond and what happened and the involvement with their dad and stuff like that. So
yeah. Yeah,
really?
Hey, I can bring things up, but I got nothing to add, clearly.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I guess I just basically think that's it's a viable theory at this point, and I feel like something like that has to be the case. I don't feel like Penny is. I mean, I personally trust her. I'm not suspicious that she's up to something or whatever. So
I totally trust her too. I mean, I would be shocked if she was working with her dad or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like she's trying to find Desmond because she knows he's on the island, and the Widmores want to find the island. I would be shocked. I don't think they would do that.
Yeah, me too.
She's got to be a good character, a good person, but Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, what they're going to do with that, but I think, the time is a-coming for them to start answering those questions.
Yeah, I guess it is.
They're getting pretty close. I mean, we saw Widmore last episode. We saw him this episode.
Yeah.
Pretty soon he's, going to be sort of in the present, live in the present.
Mhm.
And not just in flashbacks or on videotape.
Right. Yeah, it really is, the story, I mean, it took a long time to really, to sort of put a face on the enemy.
It really did, and I just don't know what they're going to do with this, I mean, is he really going to kill Widmore? I mean, how are they going to stop them? They need to, they need to stop them from ever coming to the island again. They could stop them for now or stop them for the duration of the show, but that's kind of boring. I feel like whatever they need to do, they need to sort of put an end to this, threat.
Yeah.
And is that just going to be, is that killing Widmore? Is that, making sure no one else comes to the island from the freighter? Is that destroying the freighter? Is that, who knows what that is? So.
Mhm. Yeah. And a few more questions that I have no theory about, but just want to say, if Widmore's behind the boat, then, what is his involvement? I mean, that explicitly ties him to the Abaddon character, since he was the one who recruited the people on the boat, or at least the people on the boat who came to the island. And so we have that, and a possible tie to whatever's going on with Saeed. I'm still really confused about what's going on with the Oceanic Six, and they're telling this line to get off the island, but if it's the boat people that engineer this, why does it turn into what it turns into? Why are they, why is Abaddon going around kind of making these vague threats and trying to get Hurley to go places, and if they were the ones behind it, what are they doing?
I think that means that things don't go as planned, and I think that's sort of in general what's going to happen. I mean, it could be that the Keeney and Omar, and the other guys in the boat. It could be that they mutiny and that they decide to help the Losties, and they, I don't know. Who knows? They could do anything. I mean, I think they're working with a very specific mind frame about what's going on, and I think it'll be fairly complicated.
Okay.
Once it's all said and done. So I don't really know.
Okay. Yeah, I just can't, something like that could happen. But, the idea that they're okay, you're going to be the Oceanic Six, and here's your story, and then somehow, it turns into what it turns into. Just it doesn't make sense without something extra coming in there to cause that. But, there could be mutiny or whatever.
I mean, and I think it's weird that they're doing this whole thing with Jack and Juliet now. We know that Jack ends up off the island and seems like he still has feelings for Kate. What is that going to mean? Because obviously they're going to, I think they need to go down that road with Jack and Juliet. They need to go get caught in the net or something. I don't know. But, so that'll be weird. I don't know. I mean, is Juliet one of the reasons he wants to come back to the island? Who knows?
Yeah.
It's just weird when they're bringing things up and you know what the outcome is. So it's well, they're going to bring this up, but they can't do a lot with it because it's going to not be the final verdict.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's true.
I was trying to think of a way where the Losties didn't come up with the Oceanic Six plan. I don't think it works, but I was just wondering if Abaddon or those guys were this is the plan we'll come up with for them, and we'll tell them to pick 6 people and they got to do this. And like if there was some compelling reason why they would agree to do that, like we can only rescue a certain number of you and it's got to be done this way. But it's like obviously they have to do it where there's some sort of self-motivation for them to adhere to this story, because otherwise they would just be like, okay, we'll tell your story, and then
thumbs up, guys,
and then turn around and be like, these guys are bad. So I don't think it works. I don't know, the whole Oceanic 6 thing. I'm just so surprised we're supposed to care this much about it. Like it's one of the big things of the season, and it's like, just tell us already. Like, why is that the big thing you guys are focusing on?
Yeah.
But
it's I feel like, well, I don't really know. I feel like it has to be a big thing. I mean, it goes too far in the future. It's just.
Well, I feel like why they came up with the idea and how they came up with the idea and all the circumstances, that's big. But who the 6 are, why can't you just tell us?
Yeah. Well,
that's what I mean.
They'll tell us, but they're kind of rolling it out like one at a time.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we'll know. Hopefully we'll know the next episode or two who another one is.
Yeah. If I may, like, bring a minor spoiler from the podcast, the official podcast, they did say something like, well, we'll find out who all the people are before, I think by the end of the 8th, we should know.
Okay.
So it's coming up.
Great.
And then it won't be about who they are, it'll be about what's going on.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to say, once again, to reiterate from last week, Ben is apparently, we leave this scene with Ben about to tell Locke who's on the boat, who his man is, and I am so sure that it's Michael. I'm starting to doubt myself. Like, I'm just 100% convinced that it's Michael, and it I don't know, when I'm that sure about it, when it seems that clear, even when he says, like, you better sit down, like, I'm just like, it's Michael, it has to be.
Really? That didn't convince me it was Michael. I feel like
if it's some random person Locke doesn't know, he doesn't need to sit down.
I don't think that's the thing. I felt like the sit down thing was my person on the boat is Jacob, or my person on the boat is something supernatural and unconventional, or that's what I thought it was going for. I feel like if it's just Michael, why do you need to sit down for that? I mean, you could, but there's bigger things, I think, than it's Michael. So that didn't convince me. I mean, I feel like it should be Michael. I just feel like it's so obvious that it's Michael that I don't want it to be Michael. It's just like, it's going to be like Widmore being the guy who, is behind the freighter. It's like, yeah, I know that's who it is, but then you get confirmation like, well, that's boring. Like, okay, I already know that. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It makes so much sense that it's Michael. It's a perfect time for them to get them back on the island. That was my whole thing when Harold Perrineau was coming back to the show. I'm like, how are they going to get him back on the island? There's no more story left for him on the island. That's my whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if they, have it where he didn't really leave, like he kind of got a little bit far, but he's in the vicinity, so that would make sense. I think it's a good opportunity to bring Michael back into the picture. And especially if he's the one helping them on the boat, which he should be if he's the man, that bodes well for him because he's got some goodwill points to make up for.
Mm-hmm, definitely.
For what he's done. So that'll be a good start. But part of me wants it to be something else, something more interesting. Jacob or something, some way that Ben can sort of know what's going on.
Yeah. That's
figurative, a man on the boat, not literally just I got a man on the boat.
It's a man and it's on. The thing is, like, if it's not Michael, then Michael he's got to show up somehow, And so it really is like, for what we know, it's the most plausible scenario for him to appear at this point.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise, like, what's he gonna do? Just wash ashore or something? You know, it's just weird. Like,
Yeah, you know, that I just thought about something. If we step back and picture this from maybe the average Lost viewer's perspective, who doesn't necessarily know who plays, Michael, and doesn't know that he was brought back for this season and isn't expecting him, I think it would play a lot more surprising that that it is Michael, and I think maybe we're just jaded by the fact that we're expecting him because we know all this extra information. So now it makes me think it is Michael more, since I should be expecting it less.
But it's weird to me that I guess contractually they have to show his name in the credits. Anyone who knows that is kind of spoiled for the whole thing. They know he's going to show up somehow, and when there's a mysterious person, ready-made for him to be, it's. But yeah, the casual fan, I kind of envy them. They're playing it like a surprise, and I would rather be surprised by it. I would rather not know that he was coming back, because if they hadn't told us that.
Oh my God. If they didn't tell us that he was hired back and his name was not in the credits, and they pulled a 7 with Kevin Spacey, that would be the coolest thing ever. If this whole time he's got a man of the boat, and you've got and it is Michael. But, you've got all these, quote, crazy people thinking, oh, it's Michael, and we're like, oh, there's no evidence of that, and blah, 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 and then it turns out to be Michael. That would be really, really very enjoyable. But instead, they've spoiled us by things that weren't in the control, and I don't know. I mean, I feel like they could have kept it more secret than having a press conference telling everyone that he's back. But I feel like a lot of that they can't control. ABC, I'm sure has a lot of say in how they're gonna promote. But it sucks. Yeah, it probably is Michael. If it is, I won't be surprised, obviously. But I would love it if it's not, because it probably is.
It will shock me a lot if it's not him. But I don't necessarily. Basically, I just want it to be good. I mean, I can't be surprised by it, but if his involvement in the plot gets good, that's okay with me. I can live without the surprise. That's my main concern. I just want the plot that he gets involved in to be good.
Yeah, and I just thought of something. And maybe it didn't happen because of just the circumstances, but you would think that Kimi or Omar, one of the guys, would have mentioned Michael if they knew Michael was from the island. When they land in he's telling Frank, you brought more of them here, and that would probably be too obvious at this point if they had any lines like that. But that's what I would expect. So I'm just wondering if we're not getting lines like that because of maybe some cover story Michael told them. Oh, I'm out from Fiji or something, and I got too far out and got lost in a storm, and I've been drifting. And I just wonder if he's told them where he's from or what he's told them really.
Yeah, something has to happen. I don't think Walt is going to be there, so
that's going to be interesting. How they're going to deal with Walt not being there, and I just don't buy him leaving Walt on the boat, on the little the boat that they had by himself.
Yeah, I don't either. After all,
unless he told Walt to hide. And, because he would be fearful of people on a boat coming while he's on the water, too, because that happened last time, and he got his son taken. So I think he may tell Walt to hide if he came in contact with him. Who knows? He could have even ran into Minkowski and Brandon or something on one of their excursions on the smaller boat. But I was going to say... what was I talking about? Michael and the rat. Oh, telling Walt to hide, and then maybe they come aboard and they just take Michael. He doesn't have a choice and to leave Walt. Like Michael gets kidnapped.
I see.
You know,
but then he's
like
got to become Ben's man on the boat. You know, which is just still very strange. But yeah, maybe the hidden walkie-talkie thing comes into play, or
or maybe maybe Michael went into the communication room or something, and I mean, if he's the one who cut all the stuff, maybe he used it before.
There is that sabotage issue. So
yeah,
I still think he shouldn't have been able to talk to Ben unless it was a little while ago. I guess maybe before Ben, went off by himself.
What if Michael got into the comm room and he's trying to call for help, and he gets Harper or something. He gets one of the others who's been monitoring the calls or something, and wait, I don't know why. But anyway, I'm saying he basically is communicating through somebody else to Ben to get the message.
I see. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really think
where Ben doesn't have to do it himself.
Yeah, well, Ben's not doing it himself. Yeah, so and who knows? I mean, Ben could have there could be a walkie on the boat and that he takes with him or something. I don't know, and he uses it later or something. It didn't work before and now it works because it's active and something stupid and cliche, but it works when they need it.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're gonna deal with Walt being. No, I mean, it's just so weird to me.
Yeah, it's really weird to have so many unanswered questions. I'm not used to that.
You're not yet, not by now.
No.
No.
Most things that I watch, they don't just introduce. I was just thinking about the boat, and they got all these. They got some mysterious captain, and the communications was wrecked, and they're just a whole bucket of problems over there. And
yeah, they are.
I don't know. I'm just and we just met you guys. They've already got some unanswered questions. It just seems like the show's full of them. And you never know. I don't know. I really should be used to that. That's the way it's always been. But it just, I don't know. Sometimes it's weird to me, to just bring up these things and. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a season before we address this again, or maybe it'll be 2 episodes. Who knows? But we just get these little questions, and maybe it won't matter. Maybe it'll be a one-line. Who cares? Maybe it'll be a big deal.
Yeah, you never know. That's the other thing is not only all the unanswered questions, but you don't know how important things are. Carl being brainwashed seemed very important.
Yeah, perfect example of mystery that just who cares in the end.
Yeah.
It's And there have been plenty like that, they get their explanation. I mean, most of them are kind of like that, but the question is, how what they tie into, how big of a deal is it, If it's Carl, it's just not really a part of the plot very much,
Yeah.
Whatever, it doesn't really affect things. You kind of take it out of the show, and it wouldn't have a drastic impact on what's been happening.
Mm-hmm.
But this communication thing, is that a big deal? I don't really know. Whatever.
I think it will be a medium deal. I think someone did that for a very specific
deal.
Yeah. You thought you could only get a medium deal at Domino's.
I sure did.
No. This one comes with a free 2-liter Coke.
Awesome.
But you gotta have the coupon because I need that little piece of paper to prove to my boss that, Never understood why they did that. They sent out 1 million of those things, and you just gotta take them, don't you? Sorry. So anyway, I was saying the medium deal. What is this?
Oh, is that a cutoff? I think it is. Okay, that's a real cutoff. So, so I have something prepared here. We were going to do a podcast about this, but I figure maybe I'll just knock a couple of these off in the interim here while I've got the podcast to myself. This is the Access Granted special feature from the Blu-ray DVD. Basically, they come out and try to more explicitly answer certain things that they intended to have already been answered, but there's still lingering doubt, I guess, in a lot of people's minds about what was going on. So the first thing here is about the Flight 815 crash. I think here at the Lost Lowdown we agree with this. Anyway, the quote is, Desmond Hume is solely responsible for the crash of Flight 815. He quit pushing the button, and the electromagnetic forces that built up as a result of him not pushing the button fried the instrumentation on the plane and caused the plane to become unstable, split in two, and plunge to our island.
See, this is what I don't like about the job calls is now you're giving out pertinent information that I'd like to be privy to.
Oh, sorry. I thought I would go with like one of the boring ones that I didn't think you would care about very much, but do you? We could.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about they're basically settling once and for all why the plane crashed, which like I don't think you believe the official line on that, right? I think. Right?
What, that the fail-safe? Yeah, I actually wanted to bring something.
Well, not the fail-safe, but just that Desmond didn't push the button when he was off following Kelvin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, not the fail-safe. Yeah. That he didn't push the button, and that's why the plane crashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking, that scene that they keep showing of the plane crashing, and we mentioned when we first saw it how it was weird how the sort of tail section kind of just like sort of drops in a weird way while the fuselage keeps going.
Yeah.
And I was thinking maybe that's specifically supposed to be evidence of the electromagnetism.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it just kind of ripped that piece and brought that towards it, and because it's very weird how it falls. But yeah, I believe the party line. I mean, that was the whole point of that episode.
I agree. Yeah, which is to say, the finale of season 2. It's time for a big revelation.
Yeah.
I think. But there were many who were like, no. He just thinks that he's wrong. It was really Dharma. They loaded the plane with the people they wanted to recruit for their experiments. Blah blah blah.
What? Dharma who was dead?
Yeah. This is early. This is right after season 2 talk. When people didn't know what was going on.
Well, but we still knew Dharma was defunct. I mean, people were not convinced. Oh, into season 2?
Yeah, because we hadn't seen The Purge yet. Like we knew, like most Dharma things like that we had seen were all kind of abandoned and shabby.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we didn't see any Dharma personnel anywhere. Dharma wasn't active on the island anymore for all we knew. And the idea of them engineering like a plane full of people to come to a place where they don't even seem to be there.
I agree. It makes no sense. But I think they were saying it was all part of the experiment. Dharma like built these empty stations and set up all this stuff. Yeah, I know, total horseshit. But that's what they do. Because they're taught to just don't believe stuff. We'll throw a twist in there, and you get that enough times, and it's hard to believe anything. And so a lot of people were really, really clinging to the idea that Desmond was not responsible for the plane crash. It was just apparently true. So anyway,
like all part of the cover-up.
All part of the cover-up. Yeah, exactly. Oh God. So they basically confirmed that's true. Another thing they say that I feel like vaguely relevant to what's going on right now is this last bit. One of the things we're learning is that the island is very hard to get to. in fact, especially hard to get to safely. So you would have to have a very large magnet pulling a very large metal object towards it in order to get through the barrier's defenses. Is that the word we should use? So anyway,
what?
It sounded weird, I think, because it's a literal transcription, and I think he's speaking off the cuff there. But basically, what I hear him saying is that the magnetic pull, the strong magnetic pull, is required to pull the plane through the barrier. You know, that seems to be what he's saying there.
That the people weren't affected by the time barrier because the magnetic pull somehow.
Well, no, I feel like he's not even talking about the time issue. I feel like he's just talking about like the barrier as a protector, you know, as a defense mechanism. Like
what barrier?
The barrier around the island.
The time barrier?
Yeah, the time barrier.
Well, that's what I said, and you said no, not the time barrier.
Well, what I mean is, I feel like they're not addressing the time part of it. They're just treating it as a barrier, as a mechanism for keeping people out or keeping people in. You know, because I feel like it has that function also.
So you mean the fact that it's hard to get to the island?
Yeah.
Like that aspect of the barrier, like whatever it is that you can't see it or find it very easily. That's what you mean? Yeah,
basically, because you know when we talked about the barrier, like you know we brought up the plane crash. You know how did the plane just kind of get through? And it seems like they're saying here that you know the magnet was really strong or magnetic whatever was strong, and so you know that was able to like pull it through this barrier that in normal circumstances would keep would keep stuff out. Like
so
it also seems to suggest that the barrier does go like over the island, not just around the perimeter.
Yeah, but that seems so. So if the plane was flying and it just happened to, the pilot's like, I'm going to crash this plane. I'm just going to aim it towards this open water, I guess he would see. I don't know what they would see. Are they saying the barrier has a power to not let objects through? Like
it sounds like that's what they're saying.
Like if the plane fell from, the same point at which it was dragged down, it just fell down. Not being pulled by a magnet, it would have not fallen on the island, basically. It would have maybe just fallen in water underneath.
Maybe so.
Okay. And so the barrier, to get through the barrier, you need a strong magnetic pull. But what does that mean in terms of other things that have gotten through the barrier?
Well, yeah, I agree. They still have other problems.
Maybe it's not that a problem. I mean, pretty much everyone who's gotten there has gotten through on some sort of, a metal vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it makes sense. Desmond's thing crashes, Rousseau's thing crashed.
Black Rock.
Maybe they're all pulled. The Black Rock is. I don't know how metal that is.
No, it had some metal, but yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it had some. I'm sure the chains were made of metal.
Yeah. There was wood, but.
Yeah, I don't know anything about old-timey construction of ships, so I don't know how much metal they would have, but...
Really?
Yeah, I know, that's not on my business card.
Bring it back for 08.
Yeah. Although I do have something that is on my business card that I will tell you later.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
So anyway, I don't know what to make of that, but I guess besides just the obvious that they're just telling us that it needed the magnetic pull to get them there. So and that's the thing. Does Ben know that? Like I feel like Ben should, or at least should have had some questions then about the plane crash. Does he know what happened?
Who knows? I don't think he's ever talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what does he think happened? I mean, he saw this plane crash out of nowhere. If he knows about the barrier, then he should know what it takes to get through. And not only did this plane crash, but it got through the barrier. So I feel like he should put 2 and 2 together and be like, well, who hasn't been pressing the button?
Mhm.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. But I don't think he seemed like he didn't believe the button did anything. So.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, you're
the
right.
Whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know what he believed, but it did seem like he didn't believe it did anything, which whatever, but
exactly.
But yeah, I don't know what to do with season 2 Ben. Season 2 Ben was just, he just seemed like he was just being deliberately like crazy and ambiguous and weird just to like, I don't know, get to people or something, but like it looks really weird now. You know, we see what he was like, and I don't know. That was a crazy time. But yeah, I think the main point was just to confirm that the button not being pushed really was the cause, and the reason it got through the barrier was the magnet. I feel like that's the main thing.
Yeah.
So that's that. I mean, what are you going to do? I just, I thought I would maybe throw some of those out there.
What were you saying about the button in particular? It did what to the plane?
Oh dear. Let's see. Hold please. I managed to close it.
Oh, good.
I didn't mean to. I just like done with that.
Mhm.
There we go.
Well, you were.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so the electromagnetic forces that built up as a result of him not pushing button fried the instrumentation and caused the plane to become unstable, to split in two and plunge to our island. That was the first part.
Okay.
So that magnet did a lot of work. It caused the initial problem that was making it crash, and it also allowed it to be pulled through the barrier, apparently.
Mhm.
So it was I don't know. It played two roles.
Okay, well, what's next?
Okay. I thought you were going to say something about that.
No, nothing to say. I just wanted to hear it, and I heard it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I just thought I'd knock some of these out. Okay, right. So the next scene, Jack and Kate are tracking Juliet. Jack asks Kate why she stayed with Locke, and Kate explains. See Eggtown if you want to know the answer. In the next scene, Juliet runs up to the Tempest. The Tempest. The
Tempest.
When they first said the Tempest, I thought, did you do this? No, I thought, did they mean the temple? I thought,
Well, when before she said Tempest, I thought she was going to say Temple.
Yeah.
And so when she said Tempest, I'm like, is that the name for the temple?
I know. That's
it's really
what
close.
I
feel like somehow they should be related.
I do too. And then I thought maybe they got it wrong. And then I thought maybe Michael Emerson flubbed the line. It was supposed to be Tempest, and it just sounded like Temple. I don't know.
Isn't Harper the first person who says it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So when she said it, I mean, when they're on their way to the, and I thought it was going to be Temple, and I'm like, Tempest,
and it's Temple, really close to Temple.
And Tempest has a sort of, it's sort of a mystic sounding thing. It's got that kind of quality, and so it would have been perfect, guys.
I know, but no. It's
a power. A power station with gas in it for no apparent reason.
It's a gas power station, a weird chemical gas power station. Although it does answer a question that I've been curious about since season 1, I think.
Where they get their power from?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and we still don't know exactly how it's getting power, but we know there's a building designed to give power. So
yeah.
we brought up geothermal energy and all that stuff.
Yeah,
we
which
don't
they
know
talked about and suggested like that was the answer, but I guess not.
Well, I mean, the power station could still be utilizing that.
Oh, well, I guess, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. We don't know how the power station is actually generating power.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying the power station is a geothermal power station?
It could be. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
We don't know. They didn't tell us.
I assumed it was like, I don't know, chemical power, whatever that means.
They put some vinegar and baking soda in a big vat and hook up a power cord to it. Not only did they win first place in the science fair, but they power the island.
Mhm.
No, I got the sense the chemical thing was something else. I mean, having a power plant and then having, I mean, maybe it's related. Maybe this gas is the byproduct of whatever they power with, or, I mean, I don't see why they would have a station where they have this deadly gas that can be released in a sort of like, why would you want to, unless it's just like an exploit been found, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't designed to do that. Because to me it seems like, I thought at least, the station was designed to do that. Like you could go and release this gas in case you needed to, like, for defensive purposes, but maybe it's just an exploit been found at the station,
Mm-hmm.
that this sort of byproduct of whatever they do, or this whatever gas that builds up, or whatever reason they have this gas there. Like I feel like the gas isn't part of what powers it. I feel like it's something like it's just related, and then Ben realized he could like release it and kill everybody, but I don't know. I mean, I still don't understand how it spreads across the island. I mean, I want to picture little like sprockets or something, springing up from the ground all over the island, gassing uniformly. I just don't know how else you can get this gas to sort of stay low enough on the ground and then spread across the whole island, like from one location. I don't know how you do that.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I don't know how the gas actually works. That's lost, man. They give you an answer, but you still don't know.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I'm sure, All Access Season 4, they can explain it to us. And,
I'm sure it's really simple and rational, but I can't imagine unless it really is just some sort of. But see, that to me that means that it would be designed to do that. Then if there's points, however many points there would be at the island where this gas comes from, when this thing is initiated, that means it's designed to do that, and I just don't. That's weird that they would design it to do that.
It is weird. Yeah, I agree. Seems like it should be a byproduct or a side effect or something.
Yeah, and so, but it's like, how do you? And they seem to imply that the gas, if released, would have infected the station, so like it would come from the station. So you would think it would spread from there, but I mean, it seems like I don't know. It seems like you would need a lot of gas and somehow, I mean, maybe it's a heavy gas, and so it sort of stays close to the ground or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But if it's heavy, I don't know. And then wouldn't the wind be the main force that's carrying it around the island? And then if you're in like a wooded area with a lot of trees, like I don't know, it just doesn't seem like a good way to do it, unless they have some really easy uniform system.
Yeah.
Because what if someone closer to where the gas is released, is, oh no, they released the gas, and they radio someone else, and you can just sort of run away. Or how far does the gas go out? If you take a boat out, is it gonna catch you? You know what I mean? Like, does it fill up the entire barrier? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of questions with the gas.
Yeah. If I could bring up another, surely soon to become tired Star Trek reference. it was, the way it was on that ship, like, it was perfect for gassing the crew because they had a ventilation system and they had a computer that had the ability to pump in whatever.
They gas people so many times in the Star Trek world. It's so easy. You're in a confined space with like a controlled atmosphere, air system. So
it was perfect, but in this island with unpredictable things like weather and wind and all that, it does seem like a really difficult weapon to use. And it's weird that they would choose that, over some other, similarly powerful kind of weapon that might be more practical.
Like they could say that the Tempest station has some sort of power that's similar to the sonic fence, and that if it builds up or something, it can kill everybody if it throws out a sonic burst. That would make more sense to me. And you have to be shielded or be in a certain room, or you know what I mean. Like that would make sense to me. That something they've already set up, this sort of sonic energy that can kill you. If a big enough explosion happened, that it could, just sort of do the same thing on a bigger scale. But gas is so particular and specific,
Yeah.
And it seemed to it didn't it seemed to be that you have to inhale it for it to kill you too. So.
Yeah. Yeah. The masks prevent it.
Yeah.
From.
We should get going because I can't podcast forever today. Yeah, let's continue the scenes.
Okay, we're getting close. Okay, the next scene is with Juliet. She runs up to the Tempest. She opens the door using a little pulley system. She enters and she pulls out her gun and she's going to go in and kick some ass. Then we move into the flashback. Ben is preparing a little romantic dinner for just him and Juliet. Juliet brings up the kids from the tail section. Ben says they were on the list, and who are we to question who's on the list? That old gag. Juliet asks about Goodwin. Why is he still out there if they have everyone on the list? Ben says he's making a case for Ana Lucia. Ben disagrees and insinuates that Goodwin is somehow romantically interested in Ana Lucia. And then Ben says that Goodwin's assignment will be over soon. So that's the end of that scene. What I want to say about this is take a brief trip back to when this is what Ben told Ana Lucia when he tried to kill her, when he choked her, and he knew. That's what's weird. Maybe I'll say it later. Okay.
All right, and we got away. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I just realized it fits in better later.
Okay.
Juliet is in the Tempest, so we're out of the flashback, back in the present. Juliet's in the Tempest. There's an alarm sounding. She goes into the control room. Dan's sitting there standing there at a computer, frantically typing in stuff. Juliet approaches with her gun. Dan refuses to stop what he's doing. Dan says he isn't trying to release the gas, he's trying to render it inert. Charlotte sneaks up behind Juliet, and they have a very long, knocking things over fight. Juliet eventually gets control of the gun and tells them to stop. Charlotte says that Ben might use it to kill everyone and that he's used it before, and that they won't stop what they're doing. Meanwhile, the timer's counting down. Ooh, what's going to happen? And just in time, Dan succeeds. Everyone's relieved, and Juliet turns to leave. What a scene! So
all right.
That's sort of the climax. In the flashback, so then we go to a flashback again. Ben comes into Juliet's lab.
Can we talk about the scene we just
Oh, sorry, I didn't think you wanted to. Okay, go ahead. What you got?
I got a few things to say. Well, first, I knew going into it that anyone who crosses Juliet's going to get their butt kicked, and I'm glad she didn't prove me wrong here. I think Tarantino would be proud of this scene between Juliet and Charlotte. That could have been Uma and Daryl Hannah right there very easily. It was a great fight, and you think about Juliet and you think about where she's come from, and I'm surprised she can handle herself like that. Because it wasn't just like, I don't know, she picked up something and hit her. It was like she was doing moves, and she was like tackling her, and she was like, dodging, hits from, whatever blunt instrument Charlotte had. And it's crazy, and she's taking a lot of abuse, at a certain point, most people would be like, okay, you got me,
Yeah.
But Juliet, man, she's tough as nails, and I really feel like she's what Kate should have been.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's what Kate tries to be, because Juliet always comes through. And Kate either doesn't come through or comes through when you don't ask her to come through. So it's weird, but anyway, so I like the scene, that whole thing, I think we talked about it before, and I don't know what, but the context was, but that whole thing of, the countdown, and it always stops at 1 second before, stopping 5 seconds before just isn't as interesting.
No.
And Dan's, fervently typing, and he's got to be a great typist, because man, if you make a mistake and have the backspace, you're screwed, because you don't have time. Or if you hit the wrong key and you put a less than instead of a greater than, or whatever kind of stuff he was doing, he could have probably really ruined some stuff.
Yeah.
But, he did a good job with not only all the pressure, but just having to type really fast and know what he's doing. And
computers really care about syntax. You really can't find.
They really do. They don't just take. They don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh no, he meant this other thing. I was actually kind of surprised that they even bothered with that scene of him doubting himself. That was weird to me. I don't know, what if I can't do it? And you really wonder what they're talking about, and all it was, basically do whatever he did, the code or the programming to
type
and
stuff.
and I don't understand what was the peril? Does this relate to his memory problems? Is this just is he going to have the knowledge to do this, or is it going to be is he going to be able to do it in time? You don't really know what they were going for with that.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to do with that scene. Can I do it? You can do it.
Yeah.
And then he did it, and it's like, okay.
I feel like sometime, God, 1 second. I mean, why not 11 seconds? I know that's really boring, but it seems like, I don't know. Is anyone ever going to tire of this scenario? I mean, it's just it's just a little too much after a while. It's countdown, and is it going to be too late?
Yeah. Did we really think that they were going to die?
Yeah. To me, there's no suspense in the scene for that part.
Yeah.
It just seemed like artificial tension to me.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
didn't buy it.
Yeah.
And I don't know. That the first few times you see that scene, it works, but it's oh man.
The other thing I've seen, sort of taking that cliche a different way, is they stop it before 1 second, but then something else happens and it counts down again.
Oh, and it starts up again? Yeah.
Yeah, so you get two action sequences.
Yeah, the sigh of relief, and then shit, it's back on, and yeah.
Oh no, it had a redundancy thing, and oh no, it's gonna go up again.
The other thing I've seen for a slight twist is it's too late, but nothing happens.
Mm-hmm.
Goes all the
that
way.
is the other one. It goes all the way and
the
oops.
thing doesn't work or whatever, and it's just like nothing.
Yeah.
They've tried twists on it, definitely, but this one is the classic formula. It stops just in time.
The whole thing with the Tempest, real quick, is just to have a station with this much power just hanging out for anyone to go into is really crazy to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if any of the Losties were sinister, what's to stop them from thinking, that they wouldn't go, mess with this and blow it up or something, I mean, if Locke saw it, he'd probably blow it up,
Oh, yeah.
And it's interesting to me that I guess Ben must have been convinced, because it's true, should be, but he must, I wonder if he ever considered if any of the Losties were somehow sent there on purpose, wondering if they were all just these innocent sort of people, which is probably why they, researched them and stuff. But I just wanted, because just the idea that he didn't seem to think that that any of the Losties would want to do this, which should mean that he knew that they kind of didn't know about it, which they shouldn't know about it.
Yeah. Okay. I think I.
But anyway, so that's my point. Is that I feel like I wonder if he even thought that, like maybe Widmore, maybe some of these people are Widmore spies. Somehow he got them on the plane. But I feel like that must mean, I feel like if he doesn't think that, then he must know how the plane crashed. Because you can engineer a plane crash more than you can engineer a magnet pulling a plane down to the island.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah.
I wonder if he thought that the plane crash was some sort of, Widmore trying to come to the island at all.
Ah. Mhm. Yeah. And I still wonder what's up with those lists.
Yeah, the list, and when he says that, he says, "Who are we to question the list?" And I looked at Juliet for a reaction, and she didn't react.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how has he convinced her that this is, whatever this thing is with the list is important and factual and relevant?
Yeah.
How has he convinced her of that? I can't wait to find out.
Yeah, I know.
Without like blowing her mind with something supernatural, without taking her to see Jacob. Like, how does he?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't get the sense from Juliet that she really knows the big things. I feel like she's not privy to the big secrets of the island.
She says this thing later that I don't know what she means, but.
Oh, really? I don't know. Okay, well, so anything else about this stuff?
No.
Time to move on? Okay. Oh, about the earlier scene, I just want to say, Ben, I found Ben to be really kind of creepy in the scene where he's making the dinner for Juliet. He was just I don't know.
Oh, well,
just
anytime somebody invites you, someone invites you to a dinner party, I didn't tell you it was just me and you? Oh, I should have been more clear. I mean, that's when it's like, all right, well, see you later.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, it was weird.
It
was
jumping
weird
around
seeing him
and
be giddy
and look at this ham and I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It was weird. He's rarely sort of happy-go-lucky.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It freaks me out, but I don't know. Ugh.
I really feel like Ben's just insane. We find out in this episode, and I guess we may have passed it. I guess the scene when I guess it was Harper that says, Ben likes you because you look like her.
Mhm. Yeah, we passed it. That was a while ago.
Yeah, I guess we didn't talk about that, but
no, we didn't.
I mean,
we let her pass.
Her, I hope, is Annie.
Yeah, I think her is Annie. I agree.
And and that'll be interesting. That if now we know that there is a her, and so it's like, what's going on with that? Like, why? What happened? Why is it such a big deal?
Yeah, it makes it seem like Annie's dead, and like the super obvious, I think, crap explanation is that she died, the way everybody else did.
Mm-hmm.
The women, she was pregnant.
She was a sacrifice. Oh, really? Oh, I was thinking during the purge. I was thinking during the purge, she he had to kill her too, and it was a sacrifice the island demanded.
Okay, there's that. Yeah, that is a possibility. But assuming she came with them, after the purge, like I feel like that's the obvious thing. It's crappy, but it's the way women die when they're others.
Yeah, that's true. I thought like it would be more. I could see him being more like he is with Juliet, sort of more intense and scary because of like the guilt that he has for killing her. If he killed her in the purge. But if she just dies from childbirth, then it's just him being really crazy.
Yeah.
And obviously that's emotional too. But I feel like it would make more sense if he's just so guilt-ridden that he wants to sort of pretend Juliet is her, because he actively killed this woman.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, that's possible.
We'll see. I mean, but that's the thing, Annie wasn't really Dharma. I mean, unless when they grew up, she joined them or something.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, she was a kid. She was just like Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she was doing anything too important.
That makes me think too. Oh wow, I bet this is true. I would bet money that this is true. This is what I probably think happened. This is probably what I think happened. I could see Ben, because there obviously were others who survived the purge, right? There were other people who survived the purge. There's quite a ton of them. Some of those people were recruited to the island, but I think some of them should have been around from the Dharma days. So I was thinking maybe this idea to purge the island, if that came from Jacob or something, that's when the original list came. And so, maybe Annie was on the list and certain people were on the list, and they were, saved from the purge. But then maybe later Annie died from the childbirth thing. Because I could see him wanting, if Annie's the one, I could see him, wanting her with him after this whole thing. And they do sort of seemingly start this whole community family thing. So you would want other people there. And if there are good people among these people you're going to kill, you would want to save the good people. So
right.
So anyway, that's what I was thinking. Maybe we'll find out that they were using the list back then.
Okay.
In the Dharma days.
Okay.
Whatever the list is. Yeah,
whatever the list is, however they get it, whatever it means. Yeah. Yeah. I could buy that. So, shall I continue?
You shall.
Okay. So we're in a flashback. Again, Ben comes into Juliet's lab. She is reading Jack's file, and she suggests Jack as a surgeon for Ben's tumor. Ben seems strangely uninterested.
Oh yeah, is he really? Huh? Wow, okay.
Really? I'll just make that like the most important thing in the world in a little bit. But for now, it's all about this. This is like the kind of like tunnel vision that these flashbacks have. If it's not really good for the plot, if he's like fretting about his cancer, then just
But it's never, when they get in these molds, like it's not a clear cut. Why, if Ben is going to just be nonchalant about this doctor who fell out of the sky who can save his life, why bring it up? Why not make it something else, the beginning of that scene that he doesn't care about because he's really just trying to, bait Juliet into this whole thing with Goodwin? Like, why? I mean, I understand that they want to maybe show when Ben first found out. I think he already knows. I think, I don't think Juliet was the first one to read his file. You know what I mean? I feel like, I don't know, but she says Mikhail brought it over, some, I don't know, but I have a feeling Ben already knew that. But I don't know, that's what's weird to me is like, yeah, it seems like they have tunnel vision, but to like be nonchalant about something that's obviously important that they bring up as important. You know, it'd be different if they were talking about, you know, one thing, and then Jack came up and he can save you, and then it's really about Goodwin, you know. But they were taught, you know, but they started the thing with Jack, and it's obviously important, and it's like for him to be like, oh really, huh? That was so weird.
It was really weird.
That was so weird. But he's trying to play, you know, aloof because he's upset about Goodwin. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Ben says he needs Juliet to come with him. Ben brings Juliet to Goodwin's dead body. We all remember from the old days. With
that was pretty gruesome.
Pole through his chest or whatever. Juliet is sad. Ben says they don't know what happened. There weren't any witnesses. Juliet accuses Ben of knowing that Goodwin would die, and she asks him why he allowed this to happen. Ben is very indignant that she asked this question. You know, I brought you here, and I blah, blah, blah. And finally he says, Juliet, you know, you're mine. And then he says, you know, take as much time as you want and leave. So this is, that's that. Okay, so the thing I wanted to say about this is just a very minor point, because I know I brought it up years ago about the Ana Lucia thing. You know, Ben tells Ana Lucia, you know, he was making a case for you. Check, you know, great. The other thing is in that episode, he knows that Ana Lucia killed Goodwin. That's what he says. You know, that's what he says is his reason for trying to kill her. You know, because she killed Goodwin. Now, I don't understand how this line. At the time, I wondered, like, how did he know that she did that? There, you know, no one was there. You know, and Ben even says there weren't any witnesses. Now, maybe he's lying or something, but I don't know. That's weird. The other thing that's weird is, why is he so pissed off that she killed He apparently wanted that to happen. Like, you know, why was that his cause? You know, Charlie shot Ethan. You know, why didn't he give a shit about Ethan? You know, I don't understand why that was such a big deal to him, you know, and how he knew.
Well, all very valid questions. I feel like let's see how I can address some of these things. I think the discrepancy between how he was upset at Ana Lucia for killing Goodwin, and then later in this episode he seems to have, you know, made that the plan at some point. I think that could be chalked up to that they didn't know what they were doing back then.
All right. How about that, Sal?
They hadn't necessarily. I mean, this was. When was this, season 2? So this is before Juliet. So I mean, I can see them not really you know, knowing, really making that work just because it was so long ago. But it could be, you know, I'd have to watch the scene again, but it could be something along the lines of the fact that, yeah, he planned it, but she killed him, and he's trying to, you know, antagonize her for it, or you know, do whatever mind game he's trying to do about it. I would say it's probably the first one, because I think it just doesn't make sense for him to be, you know, you're the killer, you know.
Yeah.
Like when. Yeah. So anyway, as far as the witnesses, who knows? Maybe Goodwin himself told Ben that Ana Lucia killed him. You know, like his spirit or something.
Oh. Okay.
Who knows what happens after you die? You know, especially with another. You know, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Juliet didn't hint at that. But. So I don't know. I don't know how he knew that or what. There's no witnesses.
The other thing I wonder about is what was Goodwin up to? Like, what was all that bullshit he was doing? Like, he, you know, I don't know. like he's making a case for Ana Lucia, and he kills that guy, and I don't know, like what was he? From what we see of him in this episode, like it just seems so weird. The person who was in that, other 48 Days episode. I guess that's typical for the others. I should be used to that by now, but
yeah, I mean, it seems the whole thing about making a case for her. I mean, it's like. So there's exceptions to the list now? Like you can make cases for people? Like,
yeah. The case has appeal, or the list has appeals. Like you can ask the list again for a retrial and maybe get the decision overturned. Like it really is weird to me.
Unless it's something like she's not on the list because she killed that guy. And Goodwin's like, well, she only killed that guy because the guy shot her and she was pregnant. You know what I mean? Like, if that's why she's not on the list and he thinks it's just sort of a moral thing, like she was sort of justified or justified enough for it to slide, I don't know if that's what he's getting at. Or if it's like who she is as a person, like he's trying to claim, rally for that. I don't know. That's weird. That's really weird to me. And they brought up her earlier, her old partner asked, Kelly about her, and it's weird that we're hearing all this Ana Lucia talk.
I know. That's we're not hearing a lot of Libby talk. We're not hearing a lot of Echo talk. But Ana Lucia gets 2 mentions, and even like with the partner appearing, a really explicit tie-in. It is odd. It makes it seem like they're going to bring her back, but I really don't think they are.
No, I don't know how. I mean, they could have had a spy maybe, watching Goodwin and Ana Lucia. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's what we brought up. It's just that he says there's no witnesses. Of course, he could be lying, but assuming that's true, I guess I don't know. I don't know. It's just weird. And it was an old thing that bothered me, and they addressed it again, and it's still bothering me, but whatever.
That was so, gruesome that, that he was, it wasn't like, they found Goodwin dead. Like, it was where he was left with the stick sticking out, and he was decayed, and, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That was pretty twisted of Ben to go through that and to, how upset could just imagine how upset Juliet is. Like you brought me all the way out here knowing what you were bringing me to see. Like that's so vicious. That's so vicious to just be like, can you come with me? Like the whole if you cared, you would tell them. You wouldn't even show them that, but you would tell them. And if they want to see, maybe but you wouldn't. You wouldn't display it like that, And he kind of doesn't even hide it after a fact, after a certain point. He's like, yeah, you got me. So what? But I was really glad that, when he said, what's the line? He said, how could you possibly not understand? And I'm like, please finish your sentence because I don't understand.
Yeah.
Please tell us what's going. Because I'm like, yeah, I get you've got something going on with her, but what is it? Please explain. And I'm glad they didn't just cut. And he said, you're mine.
I thought the same thing. Like, you got to be an idiot if you don't understand. Like, if you don't know already, I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, no, please tell
I don't
us.
know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it's so. Yeah, they just make Ben seem like a lunatic. He just seems like a functioning lunatic. Like he's smart and he can do stuff and he gets stuff done, but he's just kind of crazy and insane. And I mean, I don't know if I feel like he, the kind of person where you could just put him in a mental institution and he would still think he's ruling the island or something, like he just, I really wonder, I just really wonder how sane he is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm really concerned because he's really, before when it was like, oh, it's just a matter of perspective, but no, he's just kind of a murderous psychopath.
Yeah.
Who knows no bounds and just as very irrational a lot of times.
Mhm.
You know, that Juliet is his. Like, that's not an other thing. That's not a Jacob thing. That's not a Liz thing. That's not a good people, bad people thing. That's a Ben thing. Ben thinking he can own her. Like, why? How does he get off thinking that he's got that kind of power? That no, you can't leave because you're mine, and I'm going to kill the guy you like just out of. I don't know. That's weird to me. I would want Ben to be more to be less petty, I guess, and less I don't know. That's weird. Because I always like to respect the villains. You know, I like the really smart villains, and Ben is a smart villain, obviously. I mean, maybe he's not even a villain, but he's at least an antagonist. And I just, you know, it just kind of makes me lose respect when it's just like, you're just insane, you know, like, you're not operating from this higher place. You're just, you know, for all we know, Ben is just like randomly doing shit, you know?
Mhm.
Who knows? Who knows what's going on? Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. Hopefully it's not that he's just kind of crazy. Hopefully it's, you know, he is grounded and he just seems crazy, but
yeah, I feel like it's about this specific situation. You know, I do think I feel like he's crazy. You know, he's crazy in a controlled way. I feel like he's sociopathic, if you will. He can function. You know, I don't feel like he's going to be, you know, unable to get by, but so I do think he's crazy to a certain extent, but I think, you know, this, you know, the strange craziness of this scene is just about the specific situation. You know, I feel like this gets to him in a way that I think most things don't, and so he's behaving abnormally. I think that's what's going on here.
Mhm. But I mean, there's plenty of other instances where he behaves crazy like this too. I mean, what my concern is that he could just, you know, have these like grand delusions, you know, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and
like, I don't really know.
They already like toyed with that a little bit in Man Behind the Curtain, where when he initially goes in there and he starts talking to Jacob, like, you know, at first Locke and, you know, me, you know, think that, or I, or whatever I'm supposed to say, think that he's just like, he's going to this cabin and talking to a chair, and he is completely insane. You know, he has no idea what's, you know, he thinks there's some man there, and, you know, like, you know, and Locke's like, you're the man behind the curtain, you know, and it seems true, you know, it seems like, okay, Ben's just fucking crazy. You know, but and I think he does crazy things, but I do think, you know, I think he's sort of rational about most things. I'll claim that.
Sort of rational about most things?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, ugh.
Rational with his possibly malicious goals in mind. You know, from that perspective, not necessarily he's going to do, you know, the most rational thing in general, but, you know, he has something in mind he wants to do, and yeah, I don't feel like he's just completely insane.
Dude. Yeah. I was just thinking of him walking around on the thing when, like, you know, when he supposedly tells Juliet that the gas is about to be released, and he's walking around just like, I don't know, sure that Juliet's going to get it taken care of or something? I don't know. That's really weird. Now that I think about it, I mean, because wouldn't he die too? Is he not concerned about dying? Yeah. Or his other people die? I mean, are the others in, you know, let's finish the episode.
Okay. Almost done. So Juliet and Charlotte walk out of the Tempest. Jack and Kate arrive. Kate is very suspicious. She puts on her suspicious face again. Juliet vouches for Charlotte and Dan. Charlotte offers to explain the situation. Kate is ready and willing to go. Jack decides to stay behind and take her word for it. Stay behind with Juliet. So Kate and Charlotte leave, and it's Jack and Juliet alone.
All alone.
Yeah. Right. So Juliet tells Jack that Ben warned her. Sorry. Juliet tells Jack that Ben wanted her to kill I can't read. To kill Dan and Charlotte. Juliet says these people came here to wage war against Ben, and Ben is going to win Jack. And when he does, you don't want to be anywhere near me. Jack says,
why?
Why not? Juliet tells Jack, because he thinks I'm his, and he knows how I feel about you.
About me.
And then they kiss away, and Jack, after a bit, Jack says he knows where to find me, and then they have a nice little hug, and that's the end of that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to say about that scene. It is what it is.
I did like that line. He knows where to find me. I thought it was really interesting because usually when it's used, it's kind of like it denotes like a specific place in like a big area. Like he knows where to find me. I hang out at this club all the time.
Yeah.
But it's like it's instead of a specific place in like a big area, like a city or a state or some country, it's like a general place in a small area.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the island somewhere,
Yeah.
Because Jack is, never, most times at the beach, but he's not just always at the beach,
Yeah.
So it's like, he knows where to find me because I'm on the island.
I'm on the island, and
sort
I'm probably,
of the inverse.
Yeah, I usually stay within the same general kind of area, and yeah, he can eventually, people know me, if I'm not there, just ask somebody, yeah, I know, I agree.
Yeah, it was crazy. All right, besides that, the other line that's really, I think, important is the fact that she thinks Ben would win. And what does that What does that mean? Does that, what did she say, wage war?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty, intense language there.
A bold statement, yeah.
And it seems like, no matter what they could do, Ben is going to win. And I feel, you said earlier you didn't think that she was privy to some of the big mysteries of the island, and this is the line that made me think that she knows something. She knows more than just Ben is determined to win. That he's got something on his side that no matter what the freighter people could do or Widmore could do or anything, that Ben's gonna win. So.
Yeah.
And it's not even about the gas. It's not even like he could just kill everyone who was on the island, if they storm the island. It's something else. So I feel like she knows something. And, even connecting this with the list, I feel like she's got to, if the list is Jacob's list, she's got to know about Jacob. And for her to trust the list, I feel like she's got to trust what Jacob is. So.
She does know about Jacob. In the previous flashback, in One of Us, Ben tells her that Jacob's going to cure her sister's cancer.
Yeah. So
she's
seen that.
And don't you trust Jacob? If you got to trust Jacob. Like she got that, and like if you can't trust the list, she got a couple of like weird things thrown at her, and just didn't really bat an eye at them. So yeah, I feel like she I do agree she knows something. I just feel like she doesn't have the the knowledge Ben has. I feel like her knowledge is limited to some extent. But yeah, I agree. She probably knows more than we know she knows, I guess.
Yeah.
I can buy that.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I don't think many others know as much as I think it'd be Alpert next in line about who knows what.
Yeah.
After Ben. Cuz some of those people were just,
Yeah, Amelia, she don't know nothing.
Yeah, Ryan, I mean, he's just like a, soldier guy. Like,
yeah.
Is he really entrusted with all the secrets of the island?
I doubt it. Yeah, no, probably not. Adam, he's got nothing going on. They're all silly.
He's too busy complaining about the burnt muffins. These muffins are burnt, and they taste like kitchen floor.
Oh, that's a double whammy. Ouch.
One is bad enough. Both I cannot stand.
Oh, God.
All right.
So one more scene. The final scene. We're back at the barracks. Sawyer and Hurley come out all of a sudden, and they're playing horseshoes. Hurley wins because he's lucky, and then they notice Ben just walking around carrying some.
What the? He's carrying some fresh linens or something.
Yeah, I guess that's what that is. Looks like towels to me, but I guess it's linen.
He's gonna change
linens. And he's walking with a spring in his step. He's very strangely jolly. I
think they were like, hey, pretend you're Mary Tyler Moore and do the intro. Like he's young girl in a big city or something.
Yeah. He's gonna make a big splash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just needed a chance, and now he's got the chance that he wanted, and
he's gonna strut it because he knows he's got it.
Yeah.
So they are they gape at him for bid, and he's about to walk into a house, and Ben says, "See you guys at dinner." And of course they're surprised, and that's lost.
Yeah. That was a weird ending. Okay, so I want to talk quickly because I got to go. I can't podcast forever.
All right.
But I want to quickly ask, why is Hurley great in, like, every game he plays? I don't understand.
I feel like they're saying it's the numbers.
So he's, like, off the island, he was unlucky, and somehow, like, the healing properties of the or whatever, like, somehow he's lucky on the island?
Well, the thing was, like, he was lucky in that the numbers won the lottery, but that brought him bad luck. So, like, I guess he should win the games, and the fact that he wins the games should bring him bad luck.
But he wasn't lucky. I mean, he got told the numbers. I mean, it wasn't like he came up with the numbers and was lucky that they were the right ones. He got told the numbers and played them. Why does that make him lucky? Because he just played them on the right day?
Well, he was lucky to find the numbers.
I guess. Yeah, I guess. But I don't chalk that up so much as his luck because it wasn't his numbers. Like, the numbers are what won the lottery, and they aren't his numbers. So he doesn't get credit for that. He gets credit for using them at the right time, which I guess is lucky.
I think he's lucky that he heard them.
But is he really lucky that he heard them when it brought him all the misery? I mean, like,
Well, yeah, when you factor that in. But lucky in terms of the fact that they were winning lottery numbers.
It just doesn't seem like he's really lucky. I mean, the only luck he had off the island was winning, and everything else was bad luck, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then on the island, he seems to be good at all these games. Though, if I recall, he couldn't play the card game. He wasn't good at that.
He wasn't good at poker, and he definitely lost to Walt at backgammon.
Yeah. Did he ever play golf?
Yeah, he did play golf. He was the one who built the course. I can't remember if they actually showed him playing, though.
Yeah.
He should have played, at least in theory, but...
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems to me like the point was that he was unlucky off the island, and now he's lucky. Because people were dying around him. You know what I mean? Like, Tricia Tanaka got hit by a meteor.
Yeah.
A meteorite. So, yeah, I don't know, and it's weird. I don't know what they're doing with that. Why? Is that going to mean something, or is it just a thing?
I, for now, consider it a throwaway. But who knows? Maybe it'll come into play somehow. But they did have that whole basketball thing with Jack in the first episode.
Yeah, like he never misses.
Yeah.
Like,
and that was not on the island.
Yeah, that was in the future, though.
It was in the future, yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what to do with that. He's seemingly like great at these games.
Mhm.
It's weird to me. What a weird thing to be great at. These like random games that required, drastically different skills.
Mhm.
I think some of them. Okay, what else do we got to talk about?
I don't know, man. I'm out.
Oh,
What
good.
do you got?
Thanks and namaste.
Seriously?
I gotta go. That's what I got.
You really have to go right now?
Really, really soon.
Okay.
So
let's
let me
see.
see my notes. Anything else?
Oh,
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically
great.
in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Although 5 minutes is all I got, really.
Ought to be enough, but yeah, for safety. Okay, right. You're gonna look at your notes. Do you have anything?
No.
Okay, so I was just gonna say the forum tllld.net. There's the Frapper map.
I feel like we need to just like ramble on for another hour.
The old-fashioned comment section. Yeah, I know. It's supposed to be like bullshit time at the end, but
but
hey,
desperate times call for a short podcast.
Yeah. Which it's actually about as long as last week. So.
Yeah, it's about as long as I expected.
It's about right. I in some ways I don't know. This was a very season 3 episode to me. At least the flashback was very season 3-esque, and I don't know. I liked it. It was I don't know. Maybe because I get into this part of the story more than Desmond stuff, but I don't know. In some ways I enjoyed it more than last week.
Yeah. It wasn't as like action packed or like that kind of stuff, but it had a lot of good stuff about it. Singing a melody for some reason.
Apparently, or melody.
That too. If I sing a couple melodies, it'd be a medley.
Be a medley, sure.
So. What else to talk about here? What's this guy? The whole gas thing. They made it a nerd. Like, what exactly did he do? That'd be an interesting thing to find out.
Yeah.
Seems like to make it a nerd, you would need some other chemicals or some sort
Can't
of.
just push buttons and make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, you need something, right? To make it. Have a chemical reaction where it becomes a nerd.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll find out, about the gas and why it's there, and now that it's a nerd, like, can you un-nerd it? Or de-nerd it, maybe? I don't know.
Make it ERT.
Yeah, exactly. Can you ERTify it? ERT eyes.
I agree. Yeah, is it just out of play forever? And the visit to the Tempest felt very like whatever. It kind of reminded me of like when we originally saw, like I don't know, like the medical station or something. Like they just sort of go in there and it's like,
or even the Arrow.
Yeah, the Arrow was that way too, definitely.
It's like, is this a storage facility? Like, this place is lackluster.
Yeah, it was really lame, and like, I mean, there was stuff in there, but it just, I don't know. It just seemed really like, okay, I don't know. They just go there and now it's fixed and let's get out of here. And I don't know. It wasn't really about that. I don't know. I would expect it to be more about that than it was. That whole thing about the gas and all that became like kind of a side issue in the episode. I don't know.
Or do you mean finding out about the Tempest became a side issue? What are you saying?
Yeah.
Because the main issue was the gas.
Yeah.
You're saying you would rather it focus on like the station itself or something?
Well, I mean, yeah. It was just a way that they could show us it without like really telling us anything about it. Which is okay. I mean, whatever. I know that it would be boring if they just sat there and like gave you a lecture about like what this was all about and how everything works. I don't really want that either. But yeah. But I don't know. It just seems weird to introduce a new location that is seemingly kind of a big deal and just not really tell you anything about it. They tell you like the vaguest things about it.
Yeah, well, it could just be there's not much more to tell.
Maybe
I don't
so.
know. You know, the fact that it powers the island's important, and the fact it has the gas is important. It might not have much more. Just because, I mean, the Arrow didn't really seem to have anything, but
the
Arrow
was
little,
really awful.
the little stuff they found.
The Arrow had that glass eye, which we still don't know what that was about.
Yeah, I mean, if that's not Mikhail's eye, I don't know what is.
Man, I don't even think it was, but maybe it was. I don't know.
It doesn't. Who else would need a glass eye? We got lucky enough that they have a character who's missing an eye.
Yeah, that's true.
Which, you know.
But how do you lose a glass eye? And
well, yeah,
that end up in a box.
You could just decide not to, you know.
No more glass eye. I'm gonna go with the patch. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, it just depends on. We haven't seen him with the patch off, have we?
Yeah, they showed him with the patch off in the season 3 finale. It's just like scar tissue.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, from what? Okay, now I remember. Because I was thinking, like, I don't know if the glass eye would fit. You know, like, is there any place to put it? You know?
Yeah.
So maybe it didn't work, or he used to wear it, and then something else happened, and now he just can't even wear it, or who knows the origin behind the glass eye, but I feel like it's definitely connected to Mikhail.
Yeah.
Mikhail.
Yeah. I mean, it's the most plausible thing we've got.
Yeah.
I agree, but.
Alrighty, well,
stay tuned.
That's it for
next
us.
week. We'll be.
Next week.
I don't know how you stay tuned, do a podcast, but do that, and.
Yeah.
We'll be back with next week's episode. I don't know what it's called, but I'm sure it'll be just as exciting as everything else. So, yeah, TLD.net, and there's the email, lowdown.blogspot.com, and there's a comment section there. There's a Frapper map if you want to join that.
Don't email us, though, because we won't read them. If you want to, I mean, come on, let's just cut to the chase.
We're just going to be honest now.
Hey, if you guys want to tell us something, go to the forum, TLD.net.
Yeah,
we read that. We'll comment, you know, especially if you address us directly. So I think that's your best bet for communication with us. You know, the Lost Lowdown email is just it's bogged down with all kinds of spam and crap. And it's just, you know, there's a lot there. It's just a hassle to sort of shift through, and we do read the emails that come through, but it's just like, oh, did you see blah, blah, blah emailed? Yeah, okay. And then, like, you just kind of forget to respond, and so.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Another thing, if you have something you want to say to us and you don't want to say it in public, there's private messaging on the forum, so you can do that if you just want to say it to us for some reason.
Yeah, there you go.
If you don't expose, so that's just in case that's an issue for anyone. That's also has a remedy. Of course, then you'll have to give it to one of us specifically, but you can always send it to both if you want both of us to read it. So blah blah blah. Anyway,
or send it to one of us and tell that one to tell the other.
You can do that too. So many options.
There's so many options. It's our gift to you.
Yeah. just the email. I guess not. It's full of stuff. Man, it's awful. And it's not fan emails that are awful. Don't worry. It's really just a bunch of crap.
Thanks and namaste.
And on that note, Jesus. Okay. I'll do it. Here we go. Oh, should I just go or should I? You want to do it again?
Thanks and namaste.
Okay, sorry. It just feels wrong. Namaste and good luck. Boom.